You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
My woman, you know me love her for sure. Give her me less, she keep me wanting more. Love me as I make me rich when me poor. And she keep calling me back for that call me door. She's hotter than rain, that's what me say. Virtue is taught. Now she hate and if she live now, me would a better half day. Stick together and Jah gon' give we the bread. And back in a day, you know me used to play that game not take now to me room that them do the work of shame. Since I met her, so none of that feel the same. She be the one who give this lion a tame. We did a bright, you know, and things them not great. Must be love, me thinking must be fate. And it's true, me never blue, never late. Keep it true, I stick with you until we reach Zion gate. Said, my woman, you know me love her for sure. Give her me less, she keep me wanting more. Love me the same, make me rich when me poor. And she keep calling me back, finna call me door. She's hotter than rain, that's what me say. Virtue is stuck in her she head, and I shall live now, me would a better half day. Stick together and Jah gon' give we the bread. Said woman, you know, when we fuss and I fight, no matter if you're wrong, no matter if you're right, I'm still gonna love you. Said at the end of the night, me gotta work it out, and just to keep it tight, I know she dress herself up, beat and she looks so nice. When she walk past them and them, I feel look twice. Blessed with beauty and dressed with spice, and anything she woulda try it, I gonna always suffice. My woman, you know me love her for sure. Give her me less, she keep me wanting more. Love me the same, make me rich when me poor. And she call me back, finna call me door. She's hotter than rain, that's what me say. Virtue is stuck in her she head, and I shall live now, me with a better half day. Stick together and Jah gon' give we the bread. Yeah, yeah. Said woman, you know, when we fuss and I fight, no matter if you're wrong, no matter if you're right, I'm still gonna love you. Said at the end of the night, me got to work it out, just to keep it tight. I know she dressed herself up, beat and she looks so nice. When she walk past them and them, I feel look twice. Blessed with beauty and dressed with spice, and anything she woulda try it, I can always suffice. My woman, you know me love her for sure. Give her me less, she keep me wanting more. Love me the same way, me rich when me poor. And she keep calling me back, finna call me door. She's hotter than rain, that's what me say. Virtue is stuck, sinner she hate, and if she live now, me would a better half day. Stick together and Jah gon' give we the bread. My woman, my woman. My woman, 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 my woman. what you want. I don't really care. Call me a rebel. I'm not really scared. There's no sense denying the system has already failed. What I don't understand, you could keep a straight face and tell us it's okay. There's a brighter day. But when you need the help, the money spent on the people they know who told us it was okay. There's a brighter day. Lo, say what you want. I don't really care. Call me a rebel. I'm not really scared. There's no sense denying the system is already failed. There's no sense quit lying. The system is already failed. I'm tired of lies, is what my people cry. Payday to payday, struggling on minimum wage. All the hands that you shake, the fake smiles that you make, you tell us it's okay. There's a brighter day. Lo, say what you want. I don't really care. Call me a rebel. I'm not really scared. There's no sense denying the system is already failed. There's no sense quit lying. The system is already failed. There's no sense denying the system is already failed.
Go sinja uli di sombranza temak et zu ita saluda antes di niga Radzaudzan malak estrezas durante todo em memu a no distância como cupo palo zaniman malak guafi Konum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera kau esta pagua pumalapa Giluk tanu man libri Tentami ti man ko badi
Samoru Puritanota Kantai matu nyagi todu ilugat Parai honra Parai gloria Abibai isla sin parat Parai honra Parai gloria Abibai isla sin parat Todo e tempo e paz para kita dan gini langit na bendisyon. Konchay peligro na fan sofuham Diyos protehis languahon. Konchay peligro na fan sofuham Diyos protehis languahon.
morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Good morning, Jason.
Good morning, and it is a good morning for our lovely colleague here, a proud alumni of Oklahoma. That was a hell of a game.
Yeah.
Heck of a ball game, Humphrey.
Mm-hmm.
If you're from Alabama, not so much.
Yeah, my sister's husband is probably crying right now.
Oh,
Is that War Eagle?
No, that's
Alabama.
Auburn.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Yeah, that's why I don't talk about sports, guys.
Oh, if he's Auburn, he's probably laughing right now.
Yeah. Good morning. It's Monday, October 11th, 2021.
You know how they say roll tide?
Yeah.
I can just imagine the only thing that's going to be rolling is those players' butts, right? When it's going to be a long weekend for those
An
guys.
undefeated team to come in and just beat the number one team in the country. Oh my gosh.
Hating it.
Hey, Joe, sir. Good morning.
Alabama. Okay, this is something I can speak. Alabama has had trouble with Texas A&M in like the last few years. Remember, like Johnny Manziel, the year he won the Heisman, because he went into Tuscaloosa in Alabama and beat the Crimson Tide on their own turf. That was a few years ago, but yeah, like Texas A&M's had some success versus Alabama.
Right on. 625. It's brought to you by Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, ITD, and Jack in the Box. Another episode of The Link.
Oh, speaking of victories,
Yeah.
just want to say, I'm sure we have this in news, but congratulations and Biba to Father Val over at Joser's
that's
Parish,
right.
Momo,
Yes,
the Toto Parish. Joser didn't even know. I told him this morning. But
Wow.
Of course, we reported over the weekend the Archbishop has appointed Father Val Rodriguez as now the superintendent of Catholic schools.
Yeah, and he's going to come on this week, guys. I actually put out the ask to
Nice.
Tony Diaz of the Archdiocese, and he said, hey, man, give the guy a shot to get situated, and we'll look at sometime after Tuesday. Because you know me, I was like, oh, we got a slot for him on Monday.
Because
Tony
he's
was
still,
like, Ketufan, Chris, wait.
because he is still
Slow
retaining.
down.
He still continues his ministry as the pastor of Toto Church. And Joser said he's he's a lovely priest, a very, very nice man.
Nice.
And he has vast experience. He formerly served. He was in charge of a school system in the Philippines.
Right.
I just happened to be here like when did that come down, Bree? Saturday?
Yes.
Yeah, I was just in the office. I just stopped in just to go do some like noodling on the computer, and I was like, oh wow. So I just wrote it up, and I was like, congratulations.
Right on. Yep, that's good news here.
Of course, he starts tomorrow though, because all of the Catholic schools are off today in
That's right.
observance of Columbus Day.
But public schools are open.
Yeah. Christopher Columbus sailed the seven seas, landed in America, 1492. Remember that?
Yeah. I think it was Ocean Blue. I don't know.
Or there were
Boy,
there
the
were,
things they made us memorize when we were kids.
there are a few different versions depending on where you went
Yeah.
to school.
I'm sure there's
there,
some.
there was a version we can't say too.
There's probably a remix nowadays. 627. We're doing our mayor's update. 7:30. We got Mayor Jesse Allig, and we'll catch up with Mayor Luis Rivera of Tuha. Work week weather. Landon and I led of the National Weather Service. Sergeant Paul Depow, of course. Huge occurrences over the weekend. Saturday morning. We'll
All
talk.
three
about
of us were on site for that.
That's right. Yeah. So actually got the call. Bree sent me, or it was put in the chat. I was working out at the gym on Saturday morning, and man, I was just so disappointed that I had to leave the workout early to go to that scene. We'll have all that in the news. And then
What were
again-
you in the middle of, your burpees or your lunges?
Well, unfortunately, I just finished the hardest part, and then it was like, oh wow, and I got to run. So
yeah, so you were the first on the scene. You got
Yeah.
like a bunch of pictures that we then put on Instagram.
yeah,
Bree picked me up, and we went down, and then we did like a live stream when Sergeant Depow actually gave his briefing, maybe about an hour later. So,
right.
and then only, was it a day later that they made the arrest,
That
or was it
night.
the same day?
That night.
That night.
Later
yeah.
on that night.
So we'll have that in the news. Mary Rhodes, GHRA president, also coming on, and then we've got Scott Clark and Rosen Wade.
Yeah, the JET program is a program where if you are a Guamanian, you can actually apply to go get a job in Japan, and you immerse yourself in the culture and the history. And I've actually known a couple people. You guys know our friend John over there at Papa John's? He's the manager up there. John.
Yeah.
Yeah, up in Dedido.
Yeah.
He is a alumni of this program, and he said it was one of the best programs he's ever done. You know, some people like, you know, they like DECA. Some people like, you know,
Some people do like deck cut.
Up.
I'll tell you. Boy.
some people like Upward Bound. Some people like, you know, Junior Achievement. But people that are in the JET program, they're like, yeah, you get to go.
Is
to
this
Japan.
the one, dude? Is this the one where you can go be like an English teacher?
Yeah.
Ah, man, let me tell you, this is a great program because I know some guys who, like, they made a whole career. And I'm like, bro, I remember you in school. Like, how did you end up being an English teacher? No wonder when you hear some of these tourists speak English, that's why. My friend Magette's over there teaching them English. So, yeah, this is a great program.
Yeah. Actually, our friend Sarah Coulter, she used to work at PDN. She was an editor there. She's a friend of ours from journalism. She's also an alumni.
Right on.
It's a good program, and we're going to have people on and like find out about it.
I think Sabrina's ready to do the news. You ready?
Yeah.
Let's
That's
go do
a
the news.
nice
That is.
outfit, by the way. You rarely see like, was that mauve top? It's like pink flannel. That's really, really cool.
Great. Thanks.
Yeah. Thanks,
Appreciate
Jay.
it.
You're right on.
I'm surprised okay, honestly, I am shocked and appalled that you are not decked out head to toe in Boomer Soomer stuff today.
I
thought you were.
yesterday.
Yeah.
I
missed
thought
her.
you were gonna be all like
all
horn.
weekend.
I thought you were gonna be horns down and like that whole thing. And
Why do I need to do that when we won?
That's it. You see
Ooh.
that? Oh, that's
It's-
little insight there.
it hits harder when it's more subtle.
Yep.
Okay, do you know anybody that went to UT that you're just like giving it to like
no.
this weekend?
I'm like old. No.
Don't say those words, Bree. 6:30. Well, let's go ahead and get into the latest from the KUAM news team. Brought to you by Pacific Points. It is our 6:30
Don't you just love it when we
news
try
cast.
and like start conversations
just-
and they just completely
you know,
fall apart?
Let the lady drink her coffee before you come at her, dude. Our 6:30 newscast brought to you by Pacific Points with the very latest from the KUAM news team in her lovely flannel, Sabrina Salas-Mantanani. Good morning, Sabrina.
Half a day, everybody. 3 people were arrested in connection to Saturday morning's altercation outside King's Restaurant in Tamuning. When police arrived, a 23-year-old man was found unconscious and later pronounced dead by attending physicians at GMH. GPD's Criminal Investigations Division was then activated to conduct a death investigation. Detectives were able to track down the license plate of a car that fled the scene. It was registered to an active duty service member with the help of the Air Force Office of Special Investigations, a Department of Defense police assigned to Anderson Air Force Base. The 3 men were identified in the disturbance and were located. Arrested were 31-year-old Fiata Ugaluia Aki, 22-year-old John M. Muliaga, and 36-year-old Joseph Ducati. Aki and Muliaga were arrested on several charges to include aggravated assault, criminal facilitation, guilt established by complicity, and reckless conduct. The 2 were booked and confined. Ducati, however, was arrested for criminal facilitation. He was booked and released. According to a GPD press release, though arrests have been made and the case reports have been forwarded to the Office of the Attorney General for prosecution, this investigation remains open. The Joint Information Center reported last night that 52 island residents with COVID are hospitalized. Out of that number, 32 are unvaccinated, 10 vaccinated, 10 receiving ICU level of care, 8 on a ventilator. Meanwhile, 243 people tested positive for COVID over the weekend and Friday out of 2,012 tests performed. Additional tests from the weekend from private clinics will be added into tonight's JIC report numbers. To date, there have been a total of 16,170 officially reported cases of COVID, 212 deaths, 2,775 cases are in isolation, and 13,183 people have recovered. The CAR score is 27.9. To date, a total of 121,414, that is 89.08% of Guam's eligible population, is fully vaccinated. COVID-19 vaccine booster village clinics are being offered by Public Health in partnership with the Mayor's Council of Guam for Pfizer vaccine recipients who completed their initial 2-dose series at least 6 months ago and are 65 years and older. For appointments, register or call your village mayor. Village booster clinics are being held today at the Sinahanya Mayor's Office, and this is for residents living in Hagatnya, Agana Heights, and Sinahanya. From 2 facilities to just 1, the procurement is nearing completion to combine the government quarantine and isolation facilities under one roof. Tyler Matsanani reports.
Guam Homeland Security Office of Civil Defense spokesperson Jenna Gamindi Blas says plans to open a consolidated quarantine and isolation facility is in its final stages.
We're looking at the bid to be open by October 11th, so that's right around the corner. That consolidation will happen within this month. But in the meantime, the quarantine facility and isolation facilities are still operational, at least all the way up until the bid is open on October 11th.
Currently, the government is operating a quarantine facility at the Dusit Outrigger and an isolation facility at the Bayview. According to Blas, both contracts ended on September 30th, but will remain in effect until the consolidated facility is secured. Since October 1st, 2020, the government has paid over $39 million for the quarantine facility with an unpaid balance of $5.6 million, while $9.9 million has been paid for the isolation facility with $2.5 million still owed. Blas says to date, FEMA has approved for reimbursement a total of $4.2 million for non-congregate shelters between March and September of last year.
But again, this is an ongoing process. It won't be over until it's completely over, but we still continue to submit all of the documentation. The review process is really extensive. We want to make sure that we're counting every single item and making sure that on their end, FEMA's able to review it properly with all the documentation too.
Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Tyler Matanani.
We want to make sure that we're counting every single item and making sure that on their end, FEMA's able to review it properly with all the documentation too.
Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Tyler Matanani.
A flash flood watch is in effect for Guam until Tuesday evening. According to the National Weather Service, a monsoon trough is resulting in periods of heavy showers through tomorrow. With this combined with the already saturated ground, flash flooding is very much a possibility due to the amount of previous rainfall. Additional rainfall could also result in mudslides along steep terrain and cliffs. Island residents are advised to drive with caution and not to hike during this time. With more news now, here is Isaiah Uggan.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Hafide, good morning, everyone. Guahusi Isaiah Uggan with your headlines here on the link. Week 1 of fiscal year 2022 is now in the books. Guam is not likely to see the same massive amount of pandemic assistance that kept the economy afloat in FY 2021. But Administration Director Edward Byrne says they've been preparing for the eventual easing of the generous federal relief.
No more economic impact payments, no more pandemic unemployment assistance, but some other help, such as rental assistance, is still available, says DOA Director Ed Byrne.
The payouts were roughly something north of 6 million, but I'm pretty certain that we're going to see an acceleration in that because of the loss of income that people are going to get or suffer from because of the withdrawal of the poor funding. The Homeowners Assistance Program, we submitted our plan at the end of August, and we're waiting for Treasury to approve the plan, which I'm sure they will.
But Byrne agrees that FY22 will be challenging, especially if tourism is slow to return as expected. Still, according to the most recent revenue tracking, GovGuam has about $50 million more than projected to start this fiscal year. Byrne cautions lawmakers, though, that expenses may also have increased.
The concern is that that when senators look at it, they think that it's available to finance their no doubt very well-meaning project that they particularly have in mind. But they sometimes forget that sometimes we need to have that cash to pay an expense that we know is going to occur later. And that's just part of cash forecasting. But that's our job. It's not theirs, but it's our job to tell them when we feel that might be a risk.
Senators just approved a pair of big-ticket projects, a new hospital complex and a new prison. But Byrne says that sort of spending is appropriate.
Infrastructure is really important, and it's never really been budgeted. Certainly since I've been in government, there's never really been a budget for infrastructure and capital improvement.
So using federal windfalls such as 100% EITC reimbursement and also taking advantage of low interest rates, he says, makes sense. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
Meanwhile, the administration is still not ready to release a spending plan for the hundreds of millions of dollars in American Rescue Plan funding it received. Senators were clamoring for details ahead of the FY 2022 budget, which they eventually passed. But Burns says they didn't really need the plan.
During the budget hearings, some of the people we were talking to kept on mentioning, oh, well, we need this to support our government operations. It's not really intended for government operations. It's intended to be a recovery plan.
But the administration has spent some of the ARP money. GPA, GMH, and the Ghra grant program received millions, and the All Rise program, including any amounts above the $30 million cap, are also covered by ARP.
Where we see an urgent need, that gets paid out. But I'm sure if you're patient a little bit longer, the governor will release it, and you'll see that it's basically a plan for 4 years. And we want to make sure at the end of that 4 years that we just don't fall off the edge either, that we have a plan for moving on beyond that 4 years.
The budget bill requires the administration to file a monthly report on ARP spending starting next month. Otherwise, Byrne and Budget Director Lester Carlson are subject to a nominal fine. In this final segment of our series Behind the Frontline, our Taimas Mclaughlin closes our tour at the Guam Memorial Hospital. Here's part 7 of Behind the Frontline.
We've heard the persistence.
We have served this island. We continue to serve this island. We are exhausted. We do everything we can. We stretch every way we can. COVID has taught us that we have absolutely no limits. So we keep pushing for everybody in this community.
And we've heard the hopes and frustrations of our island's healthcare workers pushed to the limits in this pandemic.
If we knew things we know now, during the first or second wave, yes, it would be much easier, and I think the burnout would be also much less. I was frustrated because, if we all would be vaccinated, this third wave most likely wouldn't happen as much as it happened. And that's why I was frustrated. The medical part, the burnout, that's manageable, that's a part of the job.
Even with the exhaustion, staff at the Guam Memorial Hospital remain at the front line.
It's been busier and it's been like 24/7. So we're really blessed to have staff that can keep up with the traffic and keep up with the care to serve our community.
And keeping up also meant learning quickly and adapting to what's become known in the COVID-19 era as a rapidly evolving situation.
The Guam pandemic plan will only work if it's realistic. However, we're finding shortfalls, so therefore we cover the shortfalls and we move on.
Taimas Mclaughlin for KUAM News, Behind the Front Line.
Thank you to everyone at GMH for your service and your time. You can view the full 7-part series on youtube.com/KUAM News. After 2 weeks of being available, exemption forms are back to the AG's office for further review. Public Health Public Information Officer Janella Ghra says they've run into a few issues with the medical and religious exemptions that need further guidance.
At this time, we have put a pause to both the religious and exemption requests. We are seeking further consultation with the Office of the Attorney General. There's just some matters that we want clarification regarding the medical and religious exemption requests. So until we get further clarification from them, then at this time it's still pending.
In the past 2 weeks, only one medical exemption request was approved, while all other requests were placed on hold. 1 and 2 Nigerian men living in Florida who recruited 2 Guam residents to participate in an advanced fee scheme entered a plea agreement. Jayed and Babola agreed to plead guilty to conspiracy to commit wire fraud between 2018 to November 2019, and Babola, along with Ochikwo Iwuji, allegedly recruited Teresa Peretta and Sally Roberto to scam almost $500,000 from local residents. As part of the scheme, they would offer victims a large sum of money and fraudulently convince them to pay various fees in advance of receiving promised funds. Peretta and Roberto would wire the money to the Nigerians. Last month, Peretta agreed to plead guilty for her role in the scheme. Roberto's case has been sealed, while Iwuji waived his right to a speedy trial. And that's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
A Navy officials confirmed that a submarine involved in an undersea collision in the Indo-Pacific is currently docked in Guam. According to a Navy news release, the Sea Wolf-class fast-attack submarine USS Connecticut struck an object while submerged on the afternoon of October 2nd, while operating in the international waters. A spokesman for Pacific Fleet in Honolulu said none of the crew suffered life-threatening injuries, and the sub made its way to Guam on its own power. The Navy said the submarine remains in a safe and stable condition. USS Connecticut's nuclear propulsion plant and spaces were not affected and remain fully operational. The extent of damage to the remainder of the submarine is being assessed. The incident is under investigation. The U.S. Army's Iron Dome Defense Systems is heading to Andersen Air Force Base as part of a requirement in the 2019 NDAA. According to a media release, the 94th Army Air and Missile Defense Command out of Hawaii will oversee the system's experimental deployment. Additionally, soldiers and equipment from Fort Bliss, Texas will deploy here to test the capabilities of the system and further train and refine deployment capabilities. There is no plan currently to conduct a live fire of the system while on island. Following a thorough review of candidates to serve as superintendent of Catholic schools after a nearly 2-month vacancy, the Archdiocese of Vaccination has named Father Val Rodriguez to the position. In that role, he will oversee operations, curriculum, and scheduling for all of the island's parochial schools. He will also remain fulfilling his current ministry as parochial administrator of Immaculate Heart of Mary Parish in Totu. The priest is no stranger to large-scale education, having previously served as superintendent of Catholic schools in the Apostolic Vicariate of Taytay Palawan in the Philippines from 1998 to 2009. A release from the Archdiocese also notes that Father Val, also the director of the Commission on Mass Media and director of the Commission of Liturgy in Palawan, he returned to Guam in 2018. His predecessor, Dr. Juan Flores, resigned from the position in late July. He now serves as principal of Career Tech High Academy Charter School. Father Val begins as superintendent tomorrow. With your news in tomorrow, here's Kin Conception.
Buenos updates to get some to give sa morgan ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. Jesman maresta pada di mimo gi ogan sablo gi hujung king sa sagan samotso gi zatamuning. Anman matugato gi polisia masodaw 23 anos na tao na rengo zat kumalalantin. Zama pronuncia na mata gi después ni Medical Guam Memorial na hospital. A criminal investigation na dibisyon ni Guam Police Department sa sigiras maaktibida in investigan fenaitay. Masoda ni polisia ay numero ng lisensya ng kareta no malago gi lugar si sedimento. Malahiste kareta ginanon tao ni gagi gisibisyon militar. Ginajuda ni Air Force Office of Special Investigations and the Department of Defense Police no ma-assign guati gi Andersen Air Force Base ma-identifika sa masoda 3 ni manmanimbat gagwihin na mumu. Imaresta sa si Fia Tagaluay Aki 31 anos na edad, si John Muliaga 22 anos na edad, dan si Joseph Decady 36 anos na edad. Si Aki dan si Muliaga sa maresta sa paligid na sakin niya sa aggravated assault, criminal facilitation, guilt established by complicities and reckless conduct, mabuk idos pres mapreso. Si Decady sa mabuk pres masota. Yuto mo na sunto gifinut sa moro gin ni KUAM News para pago na Lunes. Gidespués si Sen Cabales na rinibistang kandidato siya para superintendent ng Eskwelahan Katoliko anay bakante na posisyon para kada 2 meses na tempo i-Archdiocese agad niya sa maadzik si Padre Val Rodriguez. As in also, gizo ay magasi operations, curriculums, and scheduling para todo yung Eskwelahan Parakiha gi isla. Sumaga loki gi posisyon niya ni parokyo na administrador gi Immaculate Heart of Mary na gumazuos gi Zatoto. Igininastabigwi na posisyon si Dr. Juan Flores sa Reseknegwi gi Hudu na mes. Giza pago si Flores principal para Career Tech High Academy Charter na eskwela. Si Palibao sa tutuon gi ginuebo na posisyon niya gi Martes di 12 Oktubre. By Guam News Network, Guasikin Conception. Yasuto ifinut sa moro sa presenta sa ninafatto ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Got a question about your finances? You've come to the right place. Bring all your accounts together, even those that aren't with us, and see the big picture, right down to the smallest detail. Unlock powerful tools like Insights and Money Map that help you save time and take control of your finances. When you connect accounts with the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
breast cancer is the second leading cause of cancer death in women. The chances that a woman will die of breast cancer is about 1 in 38. Although there is no sure way to prevent breast cancer, there are certain things that you can do, such as eat healthier and exercise. For more information about breast cancer, go to the American Cancer Society's website at cancer.org. Also, on October 22nd, we invite you to think pink by wearing the color pink on that day in solidarity of our breast cancer survivors and warriors.
This pink message is brought to you in partnership with Ordot Dental Clinic, joining the fight against cancer in honor of brave warriors, survivors, and their families. Island Cancer Center and American Cancer Society.
The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now. The Totomotna Tales. October on the KUAM Podcast Network.
This holiday season, we're once again bringing together the island's largest array of local vendors for a special innovative way for you to shop, broadcast, and go digital with Team KUAM. Join us on Sunday, November 28th for the annual Christmas Pops Virtual Holiday Market at 12 noon on KUAM TV8 and the KUAM News Facebook page, plus additional show times through December 11th. We'll also be featuring vendors daily with posts with QR codes and links on our social media pages beginning Monday, November 29th, and hosting an exclusive Christmas Pops website for your one-stop shopping. It's a safe and convenient way for you to shop local this holiday season. To reserve your spot, email promotions@kuam.com today. Virtual space is limited.
Celebrate National Pizza Month with the Pepsi Ultimate Pizza Trivia Challenge. All you have to do is listen to the link during the month of October, and when prompted, call 671-637-0094 with the answer to the Pepsi Ultimate Pizza Trivia Challenge. Winner will receive a gift certificate from our participating pizza parlors and a 12-pack of Pepsi, brought to you locally by Pepsi.
Pacific Matters is a half-hour news, culture, and lifestyle show focused on issues that impact Guam, the Northern Mariana Islands, and the larger Pacific region. Join Taimas Mclaughlin every Monday to discuss politics, trends, and take a deep dive into the issues changing our island home, because what happens in the Pacific matters.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on the link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapoco, with Kin Conception, seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Marianas Irrigation and Landscape and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on, so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Catch Sports Link on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday for the latest sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. Sports Link airs every Friday across the multi-platforms of KUAM. Tune in to the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live stream through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram page. Sports Link is brought to you by Marianas Irrigation and Landscape. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale.
The Culture Club returns to KUAM Digital and KUAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Chamorro culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KUAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KUAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
Hey, good morning. It's Monday. Guam has work today. Yep.
The entire the entire government, because public school kids are in class right now. Right? Private school does not, right? Because Bree, your son is home, and Josie, your daughter is home, but your son who goes to Ukadu is in school, online. Have fun figuring that one out. That was like Inception.
Let's go to the phones here. Good morning. Welcome to the Link.
I'm just checking with her because earlier you were still, you guys not on the line.
Yeah, we were not on the radio.
Yeah.
But our trusty engineer Primo Ken Kengineer is on his way up to the mountain, so hopefully we'll be coming on soon.
Okay. Oh, I just want to find out.
Thank you. How's your morning going, ma'am?
Okay.
How's your coffee?
Oh, it's good. Just warm up my coffee.
Right on. And so you listen to the link whenever you drink your coffee in the morning?
Yes, sir. That's every morning.
Oh, my goodness. Well, thank you so much for that, ma'am, and God bless you. And
All right. Thank you. You have a good day.
You take care.
if you know
Okay,
how to do
bye-bye.
if you know how to do the Facebook, you can always pop up on the Facebook and
Oh, I have no Facebook, sir.
okay, well, we're
Channel
here.
11
Channel
or
11.
Channel 10.
Channel
Okay.
10. Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you.
All right.
That's that.
Stay safe.
You have a good day.
You
Bye.
too. Oh, man. God, I hate that.
What?
I hate that lady, her routine. She gets up and drinks coffee to us, and now her whole routine's thrown off. She's like, I don't know what to do. I gotta call, hey, where you at? Go back. Hey, where you guys? Yeah, but they're going up to the mountain to check it out, okay? At 6:59. You know how it is
also
on...
watch again, listen on Channel 10,
Okay,
our app, and right here on Facebook.
thank you. So, KUM.com.
Yeah. If you
Good
go to
luck trying to explain that to her, though.
If you go to KUM.com, just move your mouse all the way up to the top where it says listen, and then just choose 93.9 to Breeze, and then you can actually listen to us over the internet. It sounds exact same thing.
Right.
Actually, it sounds really, really good if you have
Right, because it's straight from the board.
Yeah.
Right.
I know some people in the States, they actually do that because, of course, if you're in the States, you can't pick us up over
Yeah.
terrestrial radio, so they actually load our stream on their phone and then connect their phone to their car's
You can
Bluetooth.
also stream Isla.
Yeah.
Right. So I ran into some people over the weekend, and they were asking me, hey, how do we get Isla? So Isla, yes, is still available, of course. It's streaming at KUAM.com, and you get all your Chamorro hits and some classic malfunction cuts, too, there when you stream Isla. At 7 o'clock, we're KUAM FM. I got in Guam. So we're doing this thing with Pepsi, guys. Oh, by the way, coming up, we're going to get our mayor's update. We got work week weather. Sergeant Paul Depow with more on this weekend's incident here.
Speaking about GovGuam working, you know who in GovGuam is going to be working real hard starting today? The mayors.
That's right.
Because they're starting a big program today.
Yeah, they are.
You're right. They're doing the booster clinics, and today it's being held in Sinahania. So if you want, if you're eligible, 65 and older, call your village mayor and schedule an appointment. So that's, I think the clinics are all this week, starting in, do you have the schedule? Starting in Sinahania, as I mentioned.
1 second, let me pop that up real quick.
The booster clinic is also being held at UOG, 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. today. Also, schedule an appointment. Register at tinyurl.com/vaxguam.
Yeah.
Right on. We've also
So starting at 8:30, the booster clinic is going to begin. So it's at the Sinanya Mayor's office, but as Bree was saying, it's for Sinanya, Hagatnya, and Agana Heights, starting today 8:30 in the morning until 1:30 in the afternoon if you are 65 and older. And then a week from today, down at the Humatak Mayor's office. So for Humatak and Maleso, that's going to be on the 18th, same time, same qualifications if you like the booster shot if you're 65 and older.
That's right, and get tested, know your status with free COVID-19 testing in the drive-through clinic, Old T-Gen Carnival Grounds from 8 to noon, and also today at Southern Regional Community Health Center in Inalahan from 9 to noon. Okay? Also, back to what we're doing with this, we're doing with Pepsi. It's this great little deal they got on their social media, right, Jay?
Yeah, so okay, you're talking about the
Refresh.
The Refresh Guam. So it's they're calling it a digital hub. It's basically like one-stop shopping, like a portal, if you will, where you can find out all really, really cool things about where to go on Guam, what you can buy, where you can get it, who you can talk to. Really, really cool stuff. And we want you guys to check it out. They're on Instagram and Facebook, and they also do daily giveaways. So, you know that old slogan that MTV used to have, winners watch and watchers win. Go check out our friends at Refresh. Do you guys say refresh or refresh? Refresh, refresh. Do you say defense or defense?
I don't know. You're making me think about it now. I always say refresh, right? Refresh it. No, I say refresh.
Do you rewind a tape or do you rewind a tape?
I rewind.
I asked Adriana Cotero when she was working here. I was like, because she's from Michigan. I was like, do you say Detroit or Detroit? She would always say Detroit. But however you pronounce it, our friends at Refresh Guam, they're doing really, really good stuff. So check them out. They are on Instagram and Facebook, and we're going to be featuring them all this week. Because remember, again, daily giveaways. So they're going to make it worth your while. So check them out.
All right, we got another phone call here, 637-0094. Buenas Bananas Adulas, how can we help you? Welcome to the link.
Yeah, I'm not getting any reception from you guys on my station.
Okay, we're going up to the mountain right now. They're off-roading up to the mountain. They're going to flick the little switch, and it's going to come back on. But, give it time because it's very muddy up there, okay?
All right, thank you.
Do you want us to put you on hold so you can just listen to the show from here?
That's okay.
Stand by.
Do you have Channel 10? Do you have Channel 10?
I don't know enough TV.
Oh, man. All right.
All right.
Well,
Thank you.
you know what? We're just going to hold on. We're just going to balabola in here and talk about nothing until the radio comes back on so you don't miss the show. Thank you.
Thank you. You guys have a good day.
Oh, God.
Wait, did you say... What did you say we're going to do?
We're just going to chit-chat a little, Jay.
No, what was the exact word did you say?
Balabola.
Okay, balabola and bola. I think two different completely... if we're going to balabola...
Hey, like my grandma used to say, you know what I was trying to say, right?
I'm actually glad the radio doesn't work right now because you're not going to balabola me. But I made a career off of bola.
Right on. Okay.
Joseph knows what that
Let's move along on this real quick. 7:05. We're going to take a break, and we're coming back with more of the link next. Good morning.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Got a question about your finances? You've come to the right place. Bring all your accounts together, even those that aren't with us, and see the big picture, right down to the smallest detail. Unlock powerful tools like Insights and Money Map that help you save time and take control of your finances. When you connect accounts with the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage, with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on the link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapoco, with Kin Conception, seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
Breast cancer is the second leading cause of cancer death in women. The chances that a woman will die of breast cancer is about 1 in 38. Although there is no sure way to prevent breast cancer, there are certain things that you can do, such as eat healthier and exercise. For more information about breast cancer, go to the American Cancer Society's website at cancer.org. Also, on October 22nd, we invite you to think pink by wearing the color pink on that day in solidarity of our breast cancer survivors and warriors.
This pink message is brought to you in partnership with Ordot Dental Clinic, joining the fight against cancer in honor of brave warriors, survivors, and their families. Island Cancer Center and American Cancer Society.
Today's a holiday, Indigenous Peoples Day, federally known as Columbus Day. Glad to hear your program, but you guys deserved another day off. Aw. Well, we tried.
Can we get... Well, technically, she did put that in writing because that's in a comment, so...
Yeah.
Thank you, Maggie. By the way, you guys...
Okay, to be honest, I'm the only one here who tried to get the day off, but...
I tried.
Yeah. I was like, we are the Indigenous!
Hey, you know what, Link found...
It didn't work, though.
Send Maggie
They were like, oh, Barnett? Yeah, that's real Indigenous. Okay. Go sit down.
Send Maggie Monroe Anderson a friend request, you guys, on Facebook. She posts some really, really cool pictures. She goes out and she takes like amazing scenic pictures at the beach and the jungle. You know, she's really into, you know, the environment and outdoors. And she actually came here once. You remember she won like a copy of the book that we read, The Saucy.
Yeah.
Chamorro Erotica. She won a copy of that, and she was
Chamorro Erotica.
Yeah, there you go. And then I became friends with Maggie on Facebook, and she posts really, really good stuff.
We had a comment here from Mama Bear. The Halloween mask is cute. Chris Malfunction Barnett, thank you. What else we got here? Neonam Ezra, hello. Is there any school for our children today? Yes, there is. For public schools, private schools are off. Correct, Bree?
Yeah, no, my son's off. So.
Yeah. Bev Test J Solace. Do we have any info for Moderna? I know they're not approved for the booster, but they are giving what's called the third shot, right?
Right, that's for the immunocompromised individuals. And then I think you have to have a doctor's note.
That's for Moderna.
Yeah. Right. Moderna. Yes. Because the only vaccine that's approved for booster is Pfizer.
That's right.
Yeah, so specifically, like I'm reading the infographic now, let's pretty much paraphrase it, but those who are moderately to severely immunocompromised, meaning you've got, you know, existing health conditions, with a doctor's note, may get an additional dose of the Pfizer or Moderna. So you could qualify for shot number 3 if you have existing conditions.
That's right. But if you're getting Moderna, they don't call it a booster because it's not approved for use as a booster. They're calling it a third shot, which is kind of funny to me.
Why?
Well, because I asked, my mom got Moderna, and so, you know, she's 64, and so I reached out to one of my friends at the clinic. Hold on, let me just get this up here. And I was like, hey, my mom is 64. Can I bring her in to get her a booster? But she actually got Moderna. And they had put that we're not doing booster for Moderna. We're only doing third shot. Mm-hmm. And I was like, huh? And they said, yeah, read that again. And I said, okay, you're not doing booster for Moderna. You're only doing the third shot. But what is a booster? Is it not a third shot? Well, that's how they get around it. Anyway, so yeah, that's what I was asking. 7:13. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Jay, good morning, my friend.
Yeah, good morning. What did you guys do this weekend?
Oh, good. Here we go.
My son got vaccinated over the weekend.
Good job.
Yes.
Yeah.
Michael and Jamal.
Good birthday present.
Yeah.
Speaking of birthday present, would you like to share what Brock now rocks? He got a good birthday present.
Okay.
He got a very valuable present.
Was it shoes?
Well, he got that too.
Okay.
He got other stuff.
Oh, he got what did he ask for? Like the Jumpmans or the Jordans or?
He asked for the expensive ones. I don't even know what they are.
Yeah.
They look, cool.
The LeBron 43.2.
Okay, put it this way, right? I've known Brock literally his entire life, and he's really gotten into basketball in like the last couple of years. And of course, I'm 6'3", right? And he's shot up like a weed, right? So he's getting taller, but just like me, like when he was getting, his arms and his legs were getting longer. He's actually figuring out his coordination way faster than I did. So every time like I see him, he's always got a basketball in his hand. I was like, oh, come on, you think he can take Uncle Jason? Like I'll D him up, right? And I'll always try and like steal the ball from him. He went the other day. He's like, and now he's not only got a really good handle, he can do like the crossover. He goes in between his leg behind the back, but he's also got an attitude because he's like, oh, what? Are you ready to be my son? I'm gonna make you my son. I was like, whoa! And so I was like, okay, let's go. He broke my ankles. I fell backwards on my butt. He completely blew right by me. I was like, wow.
That's the part where you teach him about the physicality of basketball. I told him, I said, you're not going to cross me up. I'm going to put a body on you. That's all.
But, shout out to the guys at Elite Basketball because Brock has gotten really, really good.
Yeah, he actually misses because Elite's not open.
Yeah.
It's like because it's a outside private.
That doesn't make any sense to me.
Did he work more with Willie Stinnett or with Dom Sublime? I know he worked a lot with Coach Dom, right?
I think there's different coaches, and they kind of alternate. I don't know. We're not allowed inside, so because of social distancing.
And
that was something we didn't really talk about on Friday. Was that Claire Calvo of Synergy had written this letter to the governor and basically saying like, hey, can we allow the unvaccinated to come and exercise at our facilities? And I don't know like what kind of if they'd offered a plan or whatever, but I was talking with Dr. Ho over the weekend. And in Louisiana, where he's from, they have similar mandates in place. But if you're unvaccinated, you can attend a lot of these businesses or whatever with a negative COVID test, right? So I just thought it was interesting that they got shot down so fast. When if you look at it though, when we ask about like transmission, right? Because that's what this whole thing is supposed to be about. Or what it's really about to me is we're punishing the unvaccinated because they don't want to get the shot, right? And we're just going to keep punishing them until they can't handle not eating out anymore and they cave. But the idea that there's no transmission at these settings, right? I mean, every time we get public health come on, what is the number one thing they say? They say, oh, there's no transmission in the restaurants. There's no transmission in the schools. So we hear that one all the time. There's no transmission in the gyms. They just basically say that because of these awesome protocols that public health has put in place, that they're preventing transmission from happening at these so-called covered establishments. So it sounds like we have a lot of faith in these protocols, which is why I don't understand why we don't at least allow these unvaccinated people to avail of these services with a timely negative test, right? Because if public health is standing behind these protocols, it's not just public health. How many times have we asked about, a transmission in a business, and they're pretty much like, oh, it can never happen because everything's in place. Which if you dine out, you'll know that, it does. You're pretty safe when you dine out, unless you're doing something irresponsible. So I had posed a question on my Twitter over the weekend, like, why don't we do this? And because it just seems at this point that these mandates it's just not working. Obviously, it's not working. So I'm not sure if I'm saying, hey, it's not working, let's all let everybody in. Or if I'm saying that we need to do something that's more evenly applied, right? Because obviously this isn't working. And it just kind of, I don't know, it just still kind of bugs me. 12 weeks in. We're now on week 12 of this surge. 12 weeks in. That, again, some of these people who aren't vaccinated, they can't be vaccinated. I want to go back to this lady I interviewed over the weekend. 67-year-old cancer patient. Doctor said, no, can't take the vaccine. So when we talk about like a lot of who these mandates are targeting, they're not just targeting the crazy right-wing people like the governor thinks. They're not. There's a lot of people caught in between. Like, why can't that lady go exercise to boost herself, to protect herself against COVID? It makes total sense. Why would you not allow her that opportunity? given that everything in place is safe. The protocols or whatever. You guys get what I'm saying? It's 7:18. We're going to take a break, and we're coming back more of the show next. Good morning.
This holiday season, we're once again bringing together the island's largest array of local vendors for a special innovative way for you to shop, broadcast, and go digital with Team KUAM. Join us on Sunday, November 28th for the annual Christmas Pops Virtual Holiday Market at 12 noon on KUAM TV8 and the KUAM News Facebook page, plus additional show times through December 11th. We'll also be featuring vendors daily with posts with QR codes and links on our social media pages beginning Monday, November 29th, and hosting an exclusive Christmas Pops website for your one-stop shopping. It's a safe and convenient way for you to shop local this holiday season. To reserve your spot, email promotions@kuam.com today. Virtual space is limited.
Celebrate National Pizza Month with the Pepsi Ultimate Pizza Trivia Challenge. All you have to do is listen to the link during the month of October, and when prompted, call 671-637-0094 with the answer to the Pepsi Ultimate Pizza Trivia Challenge. Winner will receive a gift certificate from our participating pizza parlors and a 12-pack of Pepsi, brought to you locally by Pepsi.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down, because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line. The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now. The Totomotna Tales. October on the KUAM Podcast Network.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Want a better look at your spending? With Money Map, you can automatically create budgets and manage where your money is going. Know when you have a green light, or when it's time to slow down. Maybe cook more meals at home this week. Set your goals, track your progress, and find your way to exactly where you want to be. With Money Map from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. It all starts with yes.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable, as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners. GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage, with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapaco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KUAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
Hey, good morning. Yes, Revan Tax is open. We had a comment here. They were closed early Friday, I believe, due to a water outage, right? Yeah. So they are open. We did have another question here. Any info on if the All Rise direct deposit from September 17th, manual checks are printed for days September 2 to 10th were done and sent out? Calling DRT Director's Office and Income Section. No one answers. Can someone please call? Let the people know exactly what's happening. My brain is bleeding calling DRT. Jonah comments here. Here's one, Bree. Are the public health waivers for vaccination ready yet?
All right. So last week, Friday, our reporter Daniel Perez did an interview with Janella. So they were ready. They were online for people to apply and make the request for the exemption. And then for whatever reason, Friday we got word that it had to go back to the AG's office for further guidance, further review. So that's where we're at. Only one was actually approved during the time frame within the 2 weeks that it was initially reviewed and sent over to public health. But again, it's back at the AG's office according to DPHSS. And that is actually something that we're going to be following up on today, because I know a lot of people are wondering about the exemption for medical and religious reasons.
Correct. And especially, if the government's going to go and put this mandate into place.
Mm-hmm. And today's actually the deadline for the judiciary employees to get fully vaccinated, or I guess submit to the weekly testing.
Right. So that's what's happening with the waivers, in case you were wondering.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much.
Another thing that's happening today is they're opening the bid for the consolidated quarantine and isolation facility.
Okay.
So hopefully we'll get some information from Guam Homeland Security, Office of Civil Defense today to find out where exactly this new consolidated facility is going to be, barring, of course, any
protests.
Yeah.
So, Bree, just let me get this straight. They're putting out a bid, and they're going to put the quarantine and the ISO facilities together.
Yeah, consolidate them into one.
Because right now we're just using the isolation facility. I think last I heard, someone had told me something over the last week that there was 10 people in the quarantine.
Well, we had Jenna Gamindi Bloss on last week, kind of breaking it down, like how many were here and there, and then there was a story over Weekend Edition that Tyler did, and they're right. There's only like a handful over at I believe at Doucet,
Right.
and then I can't remember how many over at the ISOVAC. But keep in mind, we're also paying for the unoccupied rooms.
Yeah.
And so it would seem that we're paying more for unoccupied rooms versus
Yeah. Well, what a
occupied.
sweet deal that is. I mean, it is what it is, right?
Yeah, I mean, we just never know, when a surge.
But I mean,
can
never
happen.
know. We've been paying for this thing for since when did we lift these restrictions and open up the island and welcome the surge? Like 12 weeks ago? Yeah. So it's been sitting there with 3, 4, 5, 10 people in it for months now.
We're talking about the quarantine.
The quarantine facility,
The
yeah.
QFAC.
The isolation facility, they say it's not full, but we've gotten a lot of comments from people who say they couldn't get in. And the purpose of that isolation facility is if you are a COVID positive and you stay in a place where you can't adequately or even isolate at all, then you're supposed to be able to check yourself into this isolation facility.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
And also, that we've paid out, I want to say over 40-50 million for both facility. There's still an unpaid balance. And so far, according to Jenna, I think it was almost $4 million that FEMA is obligated for reimbursement.
How many? Wait, no, that you can't be right. We've $50 million
Well, between the two facilities.
for the duration of the pandemic, right? Or as long as you've been using them.
It could be just.
Yeah. No, it is a lot. You're right. I hold on, because I'm just like, that is a lot of money.
Well, we've been at this for over a year
Yeah,
now,
but I'm
right?
just saying, like, of all the times to have a quarantine back in place, I don't know, now might be the time. If you look at what Saipan's doing, it's kind of working.
Yeah, since October 1st of 2020, the government has paid over $39 million for the QFAC, with an unpaid balance of $5.6 million, while $9.9 million has been paid for the isolation facility, with $2.5 million still owed. To date, FEMA has approved for reimbursement a total of $4.2 million for non-congregate shelters between March and September of last year.
Yeah. Oh, that's the cost of COVID right there. It's kind of mind-boggling, though. At 7:30, guys, and again, we are in week 12 of this surge. I wonder how it is, being one of the governor's advisors at this time. The governor wakes up, hey, what are we going to do today about a COVID? Oh, that's easy, nothing. Go back to sleep. We're just keep doing the same thing. We're just going to keep doing the same thing. That's it. Don't even bother checking the rest of the month. We're just going to keep doing the same thing. Yeah.
But what we can do.
Yep. What can we do? Because you ask all the time, Bree. You ask public health just in this town hall they had last week, what can we do different? And they responded by telling you to do the same thing.
Right. To wear your mask, practice social distancing, wash your hands. If you test positive for COVID and you're eligible, there is a monoclonal antibody treatment that's being made available over at the Mangilao Senior Center. We've got people from FEMA that are helping out there. And just when I was at the vaccination clinic at the Micronesia Mall, the people from FEMA also, the vaccinators are here, and they were administering the shots there. So thank you to FEMA. Thank you to Public Health. I saw Annette over at the vaccination clinic. It's the first time I'd seen her.
Annette Uggan.
In forever.
Remember Annette, guys? That was cool. That was a time. It was a whole different time. We would have these updates, and Annette Uggan, who at the time was leading the contact tracing for public health, would come on all the time, and they would just kind of go through all of the contact tracing that they were doing, and they would share a lot of information about where clusters were coming from and just about what they were working on. And it's kind of reached the point now where they're just overwhelmed with contact tracing because the virus is everywhere.
It was good to see her, though, I have to say. She was like waving, and I'm like, oh my gosh, hi.
Miss you, Annette. She's talking about Annette Uggan, who I think she now heads up immunization, right?
I think she has been with the Bureau of Communicable Prevention, something like that.
But then they toggled her to do like contact tracing, and I think she's back over there, being an integral part of the vaccination. Wong Fu comments, or let's start with Tammy. Or Dave says, sweet deal for the quarantine. Yep. Tammy, Gov acting like everything is much better. It is interesting when we hear the government officials talk about the pandemic, right? I mean, public health said we're doing good. We had Chima on here a bunch of times. He says, yeah, we're doing good. Keep it up. Yeah, governor says we're plateauing, right? So it's interesting to see what they say versus what we're living out here. It's quite a little bit of night and day. Long says, too bad we can't figure out if the positives come from the bars. That info would say a lot. And they give the gyms a hard time. All right. Let's head into the KUAM News Zoom room, shall we? Right after the break, we're going to catch up with Mayor Jesse Allig. They're doing this great foster thing, and then also we'll go with him. We'll get in with him on the booster outreach that the Mayor's Council is doing for this week. It's 7:33, Monday, October 11th. Good morning.
After the relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Want a better look at your spending? With Money Map, you can automatically create budgets and manage where your money is going. Know when you have a green light, or when it's time to slow down. Maybe cook more meals at home this week. Set your goals, track your progress, and find your way to exactly where you want to be. With Money Map from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. It all starts with yes.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentation, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
KUAM TV has been on the air for 65 years. 65 years of growing, changing, and adapting to the needs of our local community. 65 years of making you smile, laugh, and cheer, and being there for you in times of tears and heartbreak, and learning to heal together. We've kept you on the edge of your seats, been a trusted source for you to turn to, weathered many storms together, and celebrated life's big moments. And now at 65, we celebrate all the firsts we brought you over the years, and all the firsts that lie ahead as our world changes. KUAM TV, celebrating 65 years of firsts on Guam.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale.
Mistakes count down, remaining time and ease. Look back. like to look at Scottish Doctor, he's a sufferer. Do you exist, or is she just a murderer?
How's it, everybody? Welcome back to The Link. It is 7:39, and in the Zoom room, we have the president of the Mayor's Council of Guam, PD Mayor Jesse Allig. Good morning, Mayor.
Afide, good morning.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. It's the rain has subsided a little bit, so that's a good thing. Over the weekend, it was really rough on us here in PD.
Right.
And our soil is just saturated, and you know what happens when that occurs. And so, thankfully, we didn't have any real big issues in the village, other than, of course, the Polaris Point. I mean, that's a constant. I think when it's kind of like Molesto, as soon as it rains for hours on end, you kind of want to have to find an alternate route and not go through Polaris Point if you live in Molesto, I don't want to make light of that, but head to the hills, right?
Higher ground.
Yeah, higher ground, yeah.
Well, we certainly
yeah,
appreciate you, always coming on here on Monday to give us the latest updates, and considering the fact that this is actually a busy week for the Mayor's Council of Guam, as if it's ever not busy. But you've got the village booster clinics that ramp up this week.
Right. So today we're in Sinahanya. I'm excited to see how that's gonna go. I'm really praying that it will go smoothly. I know on Eventbrite there's still some available appointment slots, so Manamco can still give us a call to get signed up until 1:30. 1 o'clock is the last appointment slot, so that they'll have enough time to get their booster shot and have the time for the evaluation afterward. One of the things I know that I announced earlier was that we'll be doing testing at the site as well. So if there's anyone 65 or older who's not feeling well for whatever reason, or has flu-like symptoms or cold, feels like they're coming down with a cold, go over to the village clinic and get tested. And the nurses there will certainly assist you and take you to if it's a government isolation facility or what have you, or receive the monoclonal antibody treatment, then that is all going to be available for our Manamco at these clinics. And so it's certainly going to be, I feel, a thorough clinic for our 65-year and older residents. And so please take advantage of the clinics that we're setting up in the village. I do want to say, though, that UOG still, is doing the ongoing booster clinics, and that's booster clinic, booster shots, but that's for everyone else other than our Manamco, simply because we want to be able to be as available and as convenient for our Manamco, and that's the reason why we've set up these village clinics.
Right, and so, just for clarification, this is only the booster shot, the Pfizer vaccine. Manamco shouldn't go up to the centers for the third dose, for that third shot, right? This is just booster?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
And so
now
go ahead.
The clinics will also have Pfizer 1 and 2, Moderna 1 and 2 available.
Okay, so anybody that needs to get vaccinated.
That's correct.
So what do they need to bring with them?
You need a photo ID, and if you're taking your booster shot, you definitely need your vaccine card, your vaccination card, to prove your first and second dose, simply because that vaccination card needs to get stamped that you received the booster shot. Just like in any vaccination you would receive at the doctor, even as a child, remember those vaccination cards. So we kind of we know that, and those of us that those residents that are 65 and older certainly remember those cards. And so it's the same deal. You need to bring your vaccination card. If you don't have your vaccination card because you've misplaced it or for whatever reason, you certainly can apply for a replacement card. And that, again, if you need help with that, you certainly can call your mayor's office, and they can assist you with how to request for a replacement card. And one of the reasons why it's spread out these clinics for our Manamco is because of that situation. If there's a resident who perhaps misplaced their card or needs a replacement card for any reason, there's time to get that replacement card and still get your vaccination, your booster shot at the village clinic rather than having to go all the way up to UOG if it's, of course, farther for you. Yeah.
Are you
So
guys
we're
still?
open.
Are you guys still calling out to constituents to get tested?
I don't
Or
believe anyone else is. I don't believe the officers are making those phone calls anymore. I do know that they continue to address the isolated areas as far as the come on, what is the term? You know what it is. Chris knows what it is. The term, oh my goodness, there's so many different terms that we deal with these days. The rapid engagement team.
yeah. Mhm.
Yeah. So yeah, that's still being stood up at different areas for sure.
Okay.
And so that's not I'm not saying it's not public information, but we don't know what happens. We don't know how many there are, but we do know that they work specifically with the mayor, and then the mayor takes them to those areas.
Mhm.
So that still happens. Yes.
So we know that you guys are having these booster clinics and where Manamka can also get their vaccinations. But what about for homebound vaccinations for our elderly who can't actually physically make it to these clinics?
Okay. So homebound requests for vaccination, whether it's 1, 2, or booster shot, you call 311 option 2. And I don't know if you know, but you need to know that 311 is open Monday. 311 option 2 for vaccination scheduling for the homebound is only open Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to noon and from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. It's October 11, 2021. I'm just letting you know, at least I just found out on Friday that 311 is open. 311 option 2 is only open Monday through Friday, 8 to 12 and 1 to 5. And I'm saying that because on Friday, my office was kind of like Grand Central Station for all the phone calls. And I was answering phone calls too, and all I was getting was, 311. Oh boy.
Boy, that's been the recurring theme of this pandemic is no one answers their phones.
Correct. And so I called because so Cedars, UOG Cedars actually takes care of option 2. Michelle Agege is our POC for that. And in case you guys have any questions, I can certainly give you her number. And if she tells you she's not the POC, then just apologize for me, but I know we call her. And so they did confirm that option 2, because they handle all the intake for the vaccination, homebound vaccination, is only open Monday through Friday, 8 to 12 and 1 to 5. Additionally, though, I want to tell you guys that if transportation services are necessary for a Manamco for these clinics, they can also call 311 option 2. And so GRTA is the partner in this, and they can schedule the transportation of our Manamco to the village clinic for the booster shot, or even if it's vaccination 1 or 2.
Okay.
So that's an update.
So since the announcement was made about the booster clinic, has there been a lot of people calling aside from just your office? What have you been hearing from your colleagues?
You know what? I haven't really heard of any complications from my colleagues. Most of them were dealing with the rain over the weekend.
Yeah.
But on Friday, certainly, I have to say that my office was very busy with the phone calls, and not everyone was making an appointment, but there were many questions. So I could imagine the other offices as well. I don't believe there were any real issues. I didn't hear of any real issues.
Okay.
Regarding the village clinic. Mm-hmm. There was an issue, though, over the weekend about a patient going from one government facility to another. So the patient was at GMH and was transported to the isolation facility because testing positive. And after they were tested and ready for release from the isolation facility, there was no transportation readily available for that patient to be returned to GMH. But I do have to say that the new team of public health people that we're working with, because of the vaccination clinics, have been very responsive, and they did clarify that it is possible that if you're from between government to government facilities, that transportation is certainly available, and that we just need to work with the isolation facility or with GMH if it's necessary. So I know that was a big deal because the resident lived further away from Tumuning or from Tumon, and did not have relatives who had a vehicle to pick them up, and the only vehicle was parked at GMH, and so that became an issue. So we know that it was resolved, and for anyone who is having an issue with transportation between government to government facilities, work with the nurses and the assistants there at the facilities, and it was taken care of. Yeah.
I know this is probably far off, but what is the update on the senior centers reopening? It's just...
Yeah, that's. I mean, I take a deep breath there because that's just such a big deal because we're not ready. None of us are really ready to operate the centers. And if we're going to do clinics like what we're doing today, that takes away from our staff. One of the things, Bree, is that because we're doing this, we're also putting forth 15 to 20 staff at the facility, which takes away from our duties. So we have to shuffle our duties for these specific days so that we can assist public health in managing the clinics, as efficiently as possible. And so, I certainly pray for the workers over at Sinahania today, because this will definitely be our trial. And if there are any kinks, we'll certainly have to work that out. But I am confident that between Mayors Hoffman, Cruz, and McDonald, that it'll work out. So again, so asking about the senior centers, it's kind of difficult to say when we're going to open at this point, simply because we're all working different angles. We're all doing different tasks. So it's hard to, and we don't want to. And again, since the very beginning, our claim was that we weren't going to open until we could accept 100% participation for our Manamco. And even if some were able to open, we wouldn't be able to accept 100%, simply because, one, we don't have enough manpower, and two, the facilities are not yet prepared for it. I do have to say that there are some villages who are helping their Manamco in different ways. Either they're providing other activities or reaching out to them. And so I do know that we remain active in communicating with our Manamco. And if there's anyone that, they typically know that they can reach out to us, our Manamco, those that are participants in the program.
So doing all the work that you guys can continue to do, and since you've been doing since the start of the response, what's the update on COVID differential pay?
Yeah, same status quo. There's no update. I have not seen a memo of any sort that tells us that the pay will be processed. The timesheets continue to be submitted just in case there's money available, and when the money is available, they'll pay it out, I'm sure. Again, we'll wait. Our people will wait.
And just as a reminder, just refresh my memory, what are you guys on? What's the date last time you guys got paid?
Oh gosh, I don't want to misspeak on that. I don't recall. It's been several pay periods so far. I venture to say over a month.
Has the Mayor's Council ever gotten any ARP money yet?
No, not that I'm aware. No, not at all. And I say that also because last week we had a hearing on Bill 196, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, it is 196, and that was the $500,000 per district from the Earned Income Tax Credit reimbursement. And of course, that's a big deal, because is it money that's available Are we spending money? Are we appropriating money that may not even come to us? All of that is being discussed at the legislature, right, at that level. But for us as the Mayor's Council, $500,000 for each of us will certainly go a long way in the things that we need to accomplish. And if there are no American Rescue Plan money coming our way, then at least we do have another source of money that can help us with our facilities. And so this Bill 196, the public hearing was actually, I was encouraged by it because it seemed like those senators that were there were supportive of the idea that the 19 villages will receive a portion of this money from the reimbursement if it should come. I am even more encouraged that there was a senator that asked for a plan, because I agree that we have to be accountable for the money that we receive. And if it's 500,000 for us, that's a large sum of money for operations. I mean, most of us receive, for us in PD, it's 51,000 for operations this fiscal year. And so 500,000 is a whole lot of money. And I totally agree with the senator that made the request to have a plan for this money and let that be a part of this bill, so that should it pass, for whatever reason, whether we receive ARP money or not, at least there was a plan specifically for 500,000 from Bill 196. So, we'll always fight for the money that we can get, whatever money is available, simply because we're not always top on the list, and sometimes we understand it. Other times we wonder why. But in this case, as long as there's options for us, we're certainly going to look for them and certainly going to tap into those options.
Mayor, when you said you're not calling the residents anymore, because that was kind of like a big deal when you guys started doing it. What happened in the handoff? Was public health just like, oh no, we're good, we got this now, or?
Oh no, I think everyone was able to get to get to the target areas that were necessary. I think that's what it is. Not that every resident was called. I don't believe every resident was called, but I do know that the areas that we felt were most in need were contacted, and that was kind of the end of it all, really. Okay.
I did want to follow up on the foster care initiative that the Mayor's Council was supposed to be talking about last week, Friday. What's the update?
So there's the update is that we're working on the program, on the campaign, and that we're hoping to launch completely, fully this month through November, and have these informational meetings in November for our prospective candidates for foster parents, whether they're individuals or they're couples or families. And we'll have more information on it as far as by next week for sure. This week I know we're finalizing all our details on the campaign. It was brought up at the meeting because it's a council approved campaign, meaning all 26 members are on board and are willing to be a part of this recruitment effort. And it really is a real hard recruitment effort to look for interested and viable foster parents for our children. We know that there's hundreds out there that need a home, and we know that the shelters, the government-run shelters that we currently have are full, and the nonprofit organizations that support the mission also are full. And we see these children almost on a daily basis, the neglected and the abused. And sometimes, it's hard to deal with all the situations that we deal with, that we encounter every day. But if we're focused on other things in the village, like trash and stray animals, what about our own people and the lives of these children? And so it's truly the intent of the mayor's council to, as opposed to focusing on a Christmas party and focusing our money on celebrating ourselves at Christmas, that we try to put together families for our children. And so the campaign is called the Gift of Family, and it's simply because we want to provide this gift of family for our children, our foster children. And so we'll know more. We'll certainly be able to share more of the details on the program by next week. But it's fun. I say it's fun because it gets everyone in the Christmas mood, I think, when it comes to planning our Christmas event in December for the campaign. But at the same time, it gets everyone asking questions about being a foster parent, and whether it's for emergency placement overnight, a couple days, or whether it's a little long-term foster care, perhaps even if it's adoption. I mean, if it gets to that, right? And so there's certainly people out there who are questioning, people who are thinking about it, discerning the idea of fostering, and we just really need to get the word out, and we need to reach those people. And hey, the meetings that we're going to have in November are going to be open to everyone, and anyone who wants to just even listen in as to what it's all about, and perhaps even be able to refer someone if they themselves are not interested or not capable of fostering. There's definitely a way for everyone to contribute to the program and to the campaign.
Well, we got you, Mayor. So anytime you need help with getting the word out, just let us know, and we'd be happy to help out in any way.
Once we get all the materials ready and everything to push out, I'll certainly reach out to you guys, because that'll be you'll play a key part in getting the word out. So I do appreciate it.
All right, just let me know when. Thank you so much, Mayor.
This is full not only on the, I know it's already 8:00, but it's full on for the clinics, but we also have some sessions for our staff to attend regarding the child tax credit. We also have some things coming down on the rental assistance program. And so I know that many of us have received, I hear a lot from the staff, from the different offices, that residents are calling about rental assistance and so forth. And so we're certainly going to be having some meetings with the staff and the various agencies with those two programs. So there'll be a lot to share throughout the week or even by next week. So we'll keep you posted.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too. Have a great week. It's 7:59. We're going to take a really quick break and come back on KUAM TV next, right here on the link. Good morning.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down, because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line.
That is a stream. We're also carrying the show on KUAM TV right now at 8:01. Let's go ahead and head over to the newsroom, which is just like right there with the very latest for our 8 o'clock newscast, brought to you by Pacific Points. Good morning, Sabrina Salas-Mantanani.
Day, everybody. 3 people were arrested in connection to Saturday morning's altercation outside King's Restaurant in Tamuning. When police arrived, a 23-year-old man was found unconscious and later pronounced dead by attending physicians at GMH. GPD's Criminal Investigations Division was then activated to conduct a death investigation. Detectives were able to track down the license plate of a car that fled the scene. It was registered to an active duty service member. With the help of the Air Force Office of Special Investigations and Department of Defense Police assigned to Anderson Air Force Base, the 3 men identified in the disturbance were located. Arrested were 31-year-old Fiata Ukuluia Aki, 22-year-old John Muliaga, and 36-year-old Joseph Ducati. Aki and Muliaga were arrested on several charges to include aggravated assault, criminal facilitation, guilt established by complicity, and reckless conduct. The 2 were booked and confined. Ducati, however, was arrested for criminal facilitation. He was booked and released. According to a GPD release, though, arrests have been made and the case reports have been forwarded to the Office of the Attorney General for prosecution. This investigation remains open. The Joint Information Center reported last night that 52 island residents with COVID-19 are hospitalized. Out of that number, 32 are unvaccinated, 10 vaccinated, 10 receiving ICU level of care, 8 on a ventilator. Meanwhile, 243 people tested positive for COVID-19 since Friday out of 2,012 tests performed. Additional tests from the weekend from private sector clinics will be added into tonight's JIC report numbers. To date, there have been a total of 16,170 officially reported cases, 212 deaths, 2,775 cases in active isolation, and 13,183 recoveries. The CAR score is 27.9. To date, a total of 121,414, that is 89% of Guam's eligible population, is fully vaccinated. COVID-19 vaccine booster village clinics are being offered by Public Health in partnership with the Mayor's Council of Guam for the Pfizer vaccine recipients who completed their initial 2-dose series at least 6 months ago and are 65 years and older. For appointments, register and call your village mayor. Village booster clinics being held today at the Sinahanya Mayor's Office, and these are for individuals living in Hagåtña, Agana Heights, and Sinahanya. From 2 facilities to just 1, the procurement is nearing completion to combine the government quarantine and isolation facilities under one roof. Tyler Matanani reports.
Guam Homeland Security Office of Civil Defense spokesperson Jenica Mindy Blas says plans to open a consolidated quarantine and isolation facility is in its final stages.
We're looking at the bid to be open by October 11th, so that's right around the corner. That consolidation will happen within this month. But in the meantime, the quarantine facility and isolation facilities are still operational, at least all the way up until the bid is open on October 11th.
Currently, the government is operating a quarantine facility at the Dusit Outrigger and an isolation facility at the Bayview. According to Blas, both contracts ended on September 30th, but will remain in effect until the consolidated facility is secured. Since October 1st, 2020, the government has paid over $39 million for the quarantine facility with an unpaid balance of $5.6 million, while $9.9 million has been paid for the isolation facility, with $2.5 million still owed. Blas says to date, FEMA has approved for reimbursement a total of $4.2 million for non-congregate shelters between March and September of last year.
But again, this is an ongoing process. It won't be over until it's completely over, but we still continue to submit all of the documentation. The review process is really extensive. We want to make sure that we're counting every single item and making sure that on their end, FEMA is able to review it properly with all the documentation too.
Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Tyler Matanani.
A flash flood watch is in effect for Guam until tomorrow night. According to the National Weather Service, the monsoon trough is resulting in periods of heavy showers through tomorrow. With this combined with the already saturated ground, flash flooding is very much a possibility. Due to the amounts of previous rainfall, additional rainfall could also result in mudslides along steep terrain and cliffs. Island residents are advised to drive with caution and not to hike during this time. With more news now, here is Isaiah Uggan.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Hafide, good morning, everyone. Guahusi Isaiah Uggan with your headlines here on the link. Week 1 of fiscal year 2022 is now in the books. Guam is not likely to see the same massive amount a pandemic assistance that kept the economy afloat in FY 2021. But Administration Director Edward Byrne says they've been preparing for the eventual easing of the generous federal relief.
No more economic impact payments, no more pandemic unemployment assistance, but some other help, such as rental assistance, is still available, says DOA Director Ed Byrne.
The payouts were roughly something north of 6 million, but I'm pretty certain that we're going to see an acceleration in that because of the loss of income that people are going to get or suffer from because of the withdrawal of the poor funding. The Homeowners Assistance Program, we submitted our plan at the end of August, and we're waiting for Treasury to approve the plan, which I'm sure they will.
But Byrne agrees that FY22 will be challenging, especially if tourism is slow to return as expected. Still, according to the most recent revenue tracking, GovGuam has about $50 million more than projected to start this fiscal year. Byrne cautions lawmakers, though, that expenses may also have increased.
The concern is that that when senators look at it, they think that it's available to finance their no doubt very well-meaning project that they particularly have in mind. But they sometimes forget that sometimes we need to have that cash to pay an expense that we know is going to occur later. And that's just part of cash forecasting. But that's our job. It's not theirs, but it's our job to tell them when we feel that might be a risk.
Senators just approved a pair of big-ticket projects, a new hospital complex and a new prison. But Byrne says that sort of spending is appropriate.
Infrastructure is really important, and it's never really been budgeted. Certainly since I've been in government, there's never really been a budget for infrastructure and capital improvement.
So using federal windfalls such as 100% EITC reimbursement and also taking advantage of low interest rates, he says, makes sense. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
Meanwhile, the administration is still not ready to release a spending plan for the hundreds of millions of dollars in American Rescue Plan funding it received. Senators were clamoring for details ahead of the FY 2022 budget, which they eventually passed. But Byrne says they didn't really need the plan.
During the budget hearings, some of the people we were talking to kept on mentioning, oh, well, we need this to support our government operations. It's not really intended for government operations. It's intended to be a recovery plan.
But the administration has spent some of the ARP money. GPA, GMH, and the Ghra grant program received millions, and the All Rise program, including any amounts above the $30 million cap, are also covered by ARP.
Where we see an urgent need, that gets paid out. But I'm sure if you're patient a little bit longer, the governor will release it, and you'll see that it's basically a plan for 4 years. And we want to make sure at the end of that 4 years that we just don't fall off the edge either, that we have a plan for moving on beyond that 4 years.
The budget bill requires the administration to file a monthly report on ARP spending starting next month. Otherwise, Byrne and Budget Director Lester Carlson are subject to a nominal fine. In this final segment of our series Behind the Frontline, our Taimas Mclaughlin closes our tour at the Guam Memorial Hospital. Here's part 7 of Behind the Frontline.
We've heard the persistence.
We have served this island. We continue to serve this island. We are exhausted. We do everything we can. We stretch every way we can. COVID has taught us that we have absolutely no limits. So we keep pushing for everybody in this community.
And we've heard the hopes and frustrations of our island's healthcare workers pushed to the limits in this pandemic.
If we knew things we know now, during the first or second wave, yes, it would be much easier, and I think the burnout would be also much less. I was frustrated because, if we all would be vaccinated, this third wave most likely wouldn't happen as much as it happened. And that's why I was frustrated. The medical part, the burnout, that's manageable, that's a part of the job.
Even with the exhaustion, staff at the Guam Memorial Hospital remain at the front line.
It's been busier and it's been like 24/7. So we're really blessed to have staff that can keep up.
with the traffic and keep up with the care to serve our community.
And keeping up also meant learning quickly and adapting to what's become known in the COVID-19 era as a rapidly evolving situation.
The Guam pandemic plan will only work if it's realistic. However, we're finding shortfalls, so therefore we cover the shortfalls and we move on.
Taimas Mclaughlin for KUAM News, Behind the Front Line.
Thank you to everyone at GMH for your service and your time. You can view the full 7-part series on youtube.com/KUAM News. After 2 weeks of being available, exemption forms are back to the AG's office for further review. Public Health Public Information Officer Ghra says they've run into a few issues with the medical and religious exemptions that need further guidance.
At this time, we have put a pause to both the religious and exemption requests. We are seeking further consultation with the Office of the Attorney General. There's just some matters that we want clarification regarding the medical and religious exemption requests. So until we get further clarification from them, then at this time it's still pending.
In the past 2 weeks, only one medical exemption request was approved, while all other requests were placed on hold. 1 of 2 Nigerian men living in Florida who recruited 2 Guam residents to participate in an advance fee scheme entered a plea agreement. Jayed and Babola agreed to plead guilty to conspiracy to commit wire fraud between 2018 to November 2019, and Babola, along with Ochikwo Iwuji, allegedly recruited Teresa Peretta and Sally Roberto to scam almost $500,000 from local residents. As part of the scheme, they would offer victims a large sum of money and fraudulently convince them to pay various fees in advance of receiving promised funds. Peretta and Roberto would wire the money to the Nigerians. Last month, Peretta agreed to plead guilty for her role in the scheme. Roberto's case has been sealed, while Iwuji waived his right to a speedy trial. And that's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Navy officials confirmed that a submarine involved in an undersea collision in the Indo-Pacific is currently docked in Guam. According to a Navy release, a Seawolf-class fast-attack submarine USS Connecticut struck an object while submerged on the afternoon of October 2nd while operating in international waters. A spokesperson for Pacific Fleet in Honolulu said none of the crew suffered life-threatening injuries and the sub made its way to Guam on its own power. The Navy said the submarine remains in a safe and stable condition. USS Connecticut's nuclear propulsion plant and spaces were not affected and remain fully operational. The extent of damage to the remainder of the submarine is being assessed. The incident is under investigation. The U.S. Army's Iron Dome defense system is heading to Andersen Air Force Base as part of a requirement in the 2019 National Defense Authorization Act. According to a media release, the 94th Army Air and Missile Defense Command out of Hawaii will oversee the system's experimental deployment. Additionally, soldiers and equipment from Fort Bliss, Texas will deploy here to test the capabilities of the system and further train and refine deployment capabilities. There is no plan currently to conduct a live fire of the system while on island. Following a thorough review of candidates to serve as superintendent of Catholic schools after a nearly 2-month vacancy, the Archdiocese of Fagana has named Father Val Rodriguez to the position. In that role, he will oversee operations, curriculum, and scheduling for all of the island's parochial schools. He will also remain fulfilling his current ministry as parochial administrator of Immaculate Heart of Mary Parish in Totu. The priest is no stranger to large-scale education, having previously served as superintendent of Catholic schools in the Apostolic Vicariate of Taytay, Palawan, the Philippines from 1998 to 2009. A release from the Archdiocese also notes that Father Val, also the director of the Commission on Mass Media and director of the Commission in Liturgy in Palawan. He returned to Guam in 2018. His predecessor, Dr. Juan Flores, resigned from the position in late July. He now serves as principal of Career Tech High Academy Charter School. Father Val begins as superintendent on Tuesday, October 12th.
All right, now let's go over real quick. We want to find out exactly what is going on with the weather. This past weekend, Landon, here he is in his Zoom room. This past weekend was rather interesting. It was Saturday morning. I was like, I don't think I'm going to be able to exercise, but then absolutely beautiful weather on in the afternoon. Then
yeah, it was definitely one of those.
Yeah. Well, first of all, are you in a nightclub? You've got all that neon and all that black light there. So.
You know, I wish I was in a nightclub. This is my home office. This is where
nice.
I work when I'm not at the office. And
Okay.
it's actually a holiday for me, so it's Columbus Day.
Ah,
so I'm
well, if you need a good DJ,
today.
Joser here is available for hire.
I will keep that in mind, especially when the Christmas season rolls around. It's gonna be a lot of partying and the lights going on over here.
He does a
within
fantastic
limits.
mix of Frosty the Snowman.
Oh, that's awesome! Rocking around the Christmas tree. Actually, I have a Christmas tree. I just got it at Home Depot yesterday, so I'm getting started. And also, it's never too late in the morning for a hot cup of coffee.
Very nice. Well,
So-
with all of that time that you have to kind of plan and get ready for the Yuletide season and everything like that, I'm assuming that means the weather is relatively stable.
You know, it's a tight fit because there's so many things going on. It's hardcore wet season right now. We have a tropical system to our west, a tropical system to our east that came up. Was upgraded. A disturbance near Wake Island was upgraded to now tropical storm. So there's a lot of stuff going on. I've got an off-island trip coming up. I'll be flying out Thursday for a week and a half for a conference, and then I may be off-island for another couple weeks in November. So as far as when I can really get my house straightened up for Christmas, it might be Thanksgiving. So I'm not going to be up with the Burr months. Usually would start having stuff going up around September, and obviously we're already into mid-October now, and I'm going to be way behind the curve. So
Well, you've got 2
hopefully we'll
months
have
until
something.
Santa arrives, so I don't think he's going to hold it against
I know. I'm feeling the pinch right now. I'm feeling the crunch time. So we'll get to it. But yeah, speaking about the weather, Saturday was an interesting morning. We had all those widespread showers and thunderstorms across Guam and the Rota, less activity to the Tinian and Saipan, but Guam got hammered with heavy showers and thunderstorms Saturday morning. Then it cleared up nicely throughout the rest of the day. And then it was not so bad that night and then on into Sunday. But as we were discussing last week, it's going to be more fragmented, episodic, and you're going to have periods of showers and thunderstorms, and it's going to be not so bad for a number of hours with some peaks in sunlight. And that's what we had over the weekend. And then Sunday came, and I think I mentioned it toward the end of the week that this overall pattern is going to be changing as the influence of that large monsoonal system to our west pulls away, and then we get more into the influence of stuff to our east. We're going to be in a dead zone, and that's where we were on Sunday. That we were in that dead zone between two large weather features, and we had very light winds come over the island. That induced the island convection that we saw yesterday. And so when we have those light winds, you get that daytime heating of the island, you get that convection, and it nailed parts of central Guam, Adelup, Anigua, Asin, Pidi, Agate. All of those areas were hammered yesterday afternoon. We had about 3.5 inches of rainfall over Upper Heights in about an hour and a half time frame. That's significant rainfall in such a short period of time. Jigo, northern parts of Guam, did not see the action, just light showers across parts of Depow, maybe briefly heavy at times, but that was passing. The highlights again were parts of Guam north-facing near Anigua, Aganya, and then on down towards the south parts of western Guam.
Yeah,
so that's where
probably
the rainfall was yesterday.
the part that concerned people the most, because even your colleagues over at Civil Defense and Homeland Security, they were mentioning that how that strip of road going from PD all the way down to Sumai, like heading towards Polaris Point and everything like that, flooding once again over there.
Yeah, Polaris Point, they took a lot of standing water yesterday. I was actually riding down there on my way to Agate to see how they were faring down there after the initial burst of rainfall. And Polaris Point was nearly impassable for northbound lanes, and then some of the southbound lanes were starting to take on water. So traffic was backed up. And when in doubt, don't go out in that water because it may be too deep for your car unless you have like a raised vehicle or a Jeep Wrangler. I was in my Wrangler yesterday, and that did pretty well. But even then, I'm not going to take that outer lane where it's going to be most deep. So the other thing, I'm going to open up the picture, and this is what we're looking at this morning. This is that departing monsoon system that's now Tropical Storm Kampasu, making a pass close to northern Philippines. But that wind field is huge. It's enormous there. And there's that wind field. This is a JTWC warning graphic for Tropical Storm Kampasu. These outer rings, those are tropical storm force winds encompassing southern Taiwan and northern Philippines. Very, large system that we're looking at over there in the Philippines. And that's moving away much to the favor of Palau, where they've been hammered for several days with intense rainfall, winds, waves, seas, surf, and numerous mudslides across the island. So they are assessing the mudslides in several places across Palau where roads are impassable.
Yeah, real quick, Len, I know you said you've got a lot of friends down there in Palau, and you said, you've been in constant contact with, your colleagues down there. Have they been able to unmoor the ships? Because you were saying that, conditions were so bad that they basically had to like lock down like a lot of the boats, and it really affected, people that were mariners.
Yeah, they were taking things very cautiously where they're parked, where they have their boats anchored in the harbor. And so they were in some fairly safe shelters. So I've not heard any problems from the boat captain that were partnered up with the Weather Ready Nation, the Rim Nativa ship. But they fared pretty well. And if anything, the captain seemed to be enjoying it, just rocking and rolling with the swell. So they were safe and had good anchorage there. So what we're looking at for today, not so bad this morning, just some spotty showers. Our forecast does call for scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms. But we have this upper level feature right here. This is what I'm concerned about for later today. Not going to be so bad this morning with spotty showers, but as this upper level feature comes closer, you see these highlighted colors. Those are heavier showers and thunderstorms. We're going to be seeing that come in our way. This is the other storm, Tropical Storm Namtoon. I think that's the correct pronunciation of that. That comes from Lao PDR. And that's going to be moving generally towards our west-northwest and keep well north of us. Once that happens, it's going to reinvigorate the monsoon flow across the region, and that's going to bring the winds back down towards the southwest and the south by the end of the week. Hopefully it'll keep the moisture up there, but this is the water vapor showing the vast abundance of moisture across the region. All those white colors, we are in a very wet pattern out there. So yeah, that's what we're looking at for today. This is the graphic for Tropical Storm Namtoon, and it's going to keep away from us. No threat to the Guam or the CNMI as it keeps well to our northeast, but we could see some hazardous surf arrive from that later in the week or in this weekend.
Yeah, I was just about to ask because, Tomas is in the Zoom room right now, and he's actually in quarantine up in Saipan, so he's about 100 miles north of us and everything. But so Guam and the CNMI, both like throughout the Marianas, we should be okay from this this weather formation, right?
Yeah, that's correct. This is going to keep well away from us. We're going to be watching it closely as long as it's in our area. And like I always say, anything that's east of us, I like to keep a very close eye on it because deviations do occur, but this one looks pretty solid. The models have been very consistent, keeping it well to our northeast and making that curve well into the North Pacific. So locally, no significant threats as far as tropical cyclones, but we do have a flash flood watch currently in effect through Tuesday. And that's really to highlight the risk of mudslides, especially with any subsequent heavy rainfalls that we're going to have in the coming days. And I think for us, that's going to be more this afternoon, evening as that upper level feature comes and then brings a better chance of showers and thunderstorms. And also a high surf advisory and a high risk of rip currents along west facing reefs through 6 a.m. Tuesday. So keep that in mind if you're going to be swimming out along the west side of the island through tonight and tomorrow morning, the hazardous surf over there.
All right, guys, so you are getting insider information from the authority and the guy that knows more about this stuff than anybody because things may look good. You go outside, it's a nice, typical island day. You got a nice breeze. You got the nice sunshine coming down on you. But trust me, there is a lot going on as far as the weather system and everything like that. And we're fortunate to have guys like Landon. Okay, well, Tomas, why don't you jump on this? Because he's saying it's actually raining up in the CNMI.
Yeah, welcome to
Tomas
some...
is here, and he's... Like I said, he's in quarantine at the Pacific Star up there and everything like that. So I'm sure he's keeping an eye on this as well.
Yeah, it's raining here. Welcome to some gray clouds. It's still gray, and so good to get your weather report, Landon. Thanks so much.
Yeah, you're very welcome. Enjoy Saipan.
Okay.
Thanks, Landon.
All right, we'll talk to you soon. Enjoy the nightclub, man. Tip your waitress.
Yeah, absolutely.
There you go.
All right, 8:26.
Nothing I like better than Yuletide spirit and neon lights, man. That's an 80s Christmas.
Quite a one too, Jason. 8:26. Brought to you by Docomo Pacific. That's our work week weather with Landon Idlet from the National Weather Service. We're taking a quick break and coming back with Taimas Mclaughlin. All the way live from the CNMI. Next on the link, good morning.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children,
to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KYM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
I figure since we're going to Taimas Mclaughlin and the CNMI, I'm going to play a little bit of CNMI royalty right here. Walter McLaughlin.
You name it, baby, whatever, anywhere that this strikes. You're still the light of my day, the warmth of my soul. I said the cool in my shade. You my love, you my mate. Together taking on fate. Me and you like Bonnie and Clyde taking over the state. So till the date that I'm rested, and you got to move on. Promise me one thing, you're gonna be strong. I love you. That's why I'm singing this song. So for now, just take my hand until our journey is done. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be right here, right here.
Hey, good morning, 8:30.
Marks.
What's that? Richard who?
Is it Ricardo? Ricardo Marks?
Yeah, Richard Marks.
You know who he's married to, right?
It's a little Chamorro Barrow, this song, right?
A little bit of
Just a little bit.
we
8:30.
don't like to use the word sake when it comes to like
it's a Chamorro Barrow.
Hey, but that's a great song.
Okay, so who is Richard Marks? Guys, if it's lost on you, Richard Marks did the original song that they Chamorro borrowed the chorus of that song for.
Greatest mullet in the world of the 80s.
Yeah, so he had to be there. But Richard Marks, who's he married to? I don't know.
Daisy Fuentes, remember from MTV?
Daisy Fuentes from MTV.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Gotcha. Thanks. Useless knowledge filed away for later use. 8:31.
That's how I got through high school.
Amen. Let's go ahead and check in with our friends at Pepsi Guam, Jay.
Yes, so Refresh Guam. Got me up here, Joe, sir. Now check out their page. We've been saying this all morning, but they are the island's newest digital hub. They are on Facebook, they are on Instagram, and they are waiting for you because they have truly local content and daily giveaways. I'm just scrolling through some of this stuff. I guess we qualify too, Chris? I hope so, because they're giving away awesome stuff every day. But check them out. Make sure you follow them. Send them a DM and say, hey, I heard, Chris and Jace and Joe, sir, and Bree were mentioning you guys on the link. Half a day. And let them know that you're following their stuff, because they got really, really good stuff. Never the same thing twice. They'll tell you what's going on the island, who you need to talk to, who's making waves, and where you can save money. Get big bargains. Look at that. Rock and roll show. cool things to eat, and they are on Refresh Guam on Facebook and Instagram. So the island's newest digital hub. Check them out on social media. Truly local content and daily giveaways.
Refresh Guam, truly local.
Right on, and let's go.
Took the words right out of my mouth.
Let's go a little bit outside local here and fly over to the CNMI, virtually, of course. We're joining us in the KUAM News Guam CNMI meeting hub. Live from quarantine at the PIC on the island of Saipan. Taimas Mclaughlin from the KUAM News team. Good morning, Taimas.
Good morning, Link family. Hi, Bree. Hi, Chris, Jason, and Joser. And also a happy Commonwealth Cultural Day from the CNMI. It's
Yes.
Commonwealth Cultural Day here. So
wow.
Wanted to give a shout out to that. I believe it's a government holiday. So we're going to try and do as many interviews as we can over Zoom. But wanted to say happy Commonwealth Cultural Day to everyone.
So is that the new Columbus Day for the NMI? When did they flip that?
I remember Commonwealth Cultural Day since I was in high school. So I think it's been a bit.
Wow. Okay. Well, yeah, we're working today. Gov Guam,
Yes,
I believe,
we
is open for business as well, right? Private schools, though, are...
Private schools are closed.
Okay.
And again, Polly Val takes over as superintendent tomorrow of Catholic schools.
There you go, 8:33. How is quarantine treating you over the weekend, Taimas?
It was good. The days haven't blurred into each other yet, and a lot of great staff and frontliners working here. I do have to say that this is, our report over the weekend was sharing how last year we got a behind-the-scenes look of how they do the quarantine process, and now we're in quarantine. I know that some other members of our news team have also gone through it, but I think seeing the workers here, they're hard at work, and all the protocols are in place. And so on Wednesday, I tested negative on my first day, and so we're waiting for the 5th day testing, and then after that, hopefully get released. So looking forward to that, and so far, no news of any new positive cases since then. So.
All right. Well, that's good to hear. Not the least bit jealous at all.
Well, it's working. The quarantine and the protocols they have in place are working. So.
Well, you guys actually have protocols in place. We should try that sometime.
Yeah. Wow, that's the quarantine. That's the quarantine phone ringing. I'm not sure if I should answer that or not right now.
Maybe you should just be like, hey, I was in the middle of giving you guys high praise. Call me back.
Yeah.
Maybe they're sending something up.
Go ahead and answer.
Or they're letting you out early.
Yeah, go get that.
All right, I'm actually going to go get that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Right on. Yeah, so Taimas is actually in the quarantine at the NMI, where they do 5 days, right?
6, I believe, right?
Yeah,
5 or
6. I don't know. But someone texted me over the weekend. They're like, hey, I'm coming back to Guam. What's the protocol for the quarantine? I was like, nothing. Come on in.
And so, sorry about that.
No worries.
That was a member of their surveillance team asking if I was okay. So I guess that I know even on a few hours after my first day, I got a call asking about mental health, and so it seems like all the bases are covered. So.
They're like, Mr. Manglonia, you're okay. You seem to be talking very, very loudly there. We just want to make sure you're all right. Like, hey, I'm working over here.
No, I bet they're watching the link and they're like, hey, Lana, hold on, let's go call. Make the phone ring,
No, they're really great people, and I have to say that they've been here from the start and really appreciate all that they're doing.
Right on. And so they actually called you to check on your mental health, is what you said?
Yes, yeah. A bit of a loaded question these days, but I said in quarantine. I said in quarantine right now, I'm good. So, you can't ask for more.
When you ask, how's my mental health, can you just be a little more specific? 'Cause, I want a little bit of a time thing here.
That is kind of interesting because Bree did. And I'm not comparing apples to apples and everything, but people that have gone through quarantine and people like yourself, Taimas and Bree, have gone through it multiple times and everything like that. I guess they're now checking not only and doing the wellness checks and how's your temperature, do you have a cough, how you feeling, but also cabin fever is a real thing, and being cooped up in a room, even though it's the best thing to do and to keep us all safe and healthy, that can wear on some people.
Yeah, it's difficult. I mean, last year I did a total of 28 days in quarantine, and yeah, that was tough. But it's 5 days now, and it's modified. So And it's interesting, right? Because when the governor's chief of staff, Castro, was on the show on Friday, he hinted at some sort of modification to this process, and also at the CNMI press conference on Friday. So he said it was just an idea, but we'll see where that goes. But for now, this is what it's like.
Yeah, remember, guys, when we talked to that one gentleman, earlier this year, and he's from Guam, but he was heading to Hong Kong to pick up his wife and his kids who were in quarantine. He said to go there, he was gonna have to do 21 days in quarantine, and he even said, he goes, I'm doing it because I love my family, I'm taking care of them, but he's like, man, that is gonna be a stretch. That's a drag, man. 21 days.
And so, Taimas, let's go over what you're going to be having on tonight for Pacific Matters.
Yeah, so for Pacific Matters, we're focusing on the environment. We have an environmental champion, Ria Nathrani, who's a public school teacher, who shares some really innovative things that she's doing in her classroom. She was recently awarded the Environmental Champion Award by the Micronesia Islands Nature Alliance. Some really amazing things, and I think it's easy to forget, not really easy. We've been talking about schools and public education this entire pandemic, but even amid that, she's doing amazing work and has been able to engage her students in that way. Folks know her. She also used to work for Congressman Kilili and obtained her PhD, I believe, and so really a valued member of the Saipan community. And then also we have a freelance environment writer, Eva Morin, who writes about some of the most dumped materials at the Marpi landfill here on Saipan, and lots of surprising revelations that she'll have to share as well on that. And we break down the numbers, and this is some of her reporting that she freelances on, and really excited to share her perspective as well. And then for later on tonight, we're going to be in contact with both candidates who are running for the Precinct 3 seat. Precinct 3 here on Saipan is one of the largest precincts. About this election, I believe the last report we got, there are about 3,600 some voters here in Precinct 3, and of course this seat will be filled after Representative Ivan Blanco passed away over the summer. And so we have Karina Magofna in the Democratic, running under the Democratic banner, and then Grace Sablan Viage running under the GOP Republican banner. And of course, we have both Governor Torres endorsing the Republican candidate, and then Congressman Kilili endorsing the Democratic candidate. And we have their interview scheduled for this morning, and so we'll get you that today. Early voting has begun, and polls close on Saturday, and that's when we'll also have much more reporting to share with you then. And so lots of that happening, and much more here in the CNMI, and definitely much more once I'm out of quarantine.
Right on. What about the daily question?
Yeah, did we want to do that? Do you want to share some past responses? And so we're going to go ahead and we're going to try this new Zoom feature that Jason and I were looking at over the weekend, and see how this works. So here we are. Here's the daily question. So we asked last week, how are you and your family staying safe?
Well, I'm sorry. That is so cool.
Wow.
Look at that. A day in the technology.
Well, yeah, Jason and I just talked about trying this out because I'm not there in the studio with you all like you normally am in the morning, and I miss it. But here we are. So we wanted to share some of the big responses here. Debbie writing, I'm big time still in my own bubble since 2020, unless to an appointment. Maria writing there on her comments, homework, home, and the occasional shopping of essentials, sanitize and distancing everywhere, including our home. And these responses are just from last Thursday, right? So it's very interesting to see how people's lives have changed or have stayed the same. Anita writing on Facebook, I'm staying home. Someone on Instagram writing a longer response, this commenter saying, just going about our daily lives and is the new norm. Yet it's scary and hard to adjust back, but we just need to take it one day at a time and just practice being careful, following all safety rules, watching our distance, washing our hands, wearing your mask, and just don't let your guard down because it's stressful. We ourselves can only do it. Another commenter on Instagram saying, stay at home and only go out for urgent matters. And I think, Chris, you might like this one. This one says, by listening to the link so I can stay informed, staying home is not an option anymore. that was our daily question last week, and we'll have a new one coming up just this morning. And if you miss it, of course, it will be mentioned on prime time.
And Tomas, we do have a question from one of our online viewers. How many days quarantine, and do people have to quarantine even if they are fully vaccinated?
Yes. Yeah, so I am fully vaccinated. You have to not only give your COVID vaccination record, but also a second verification. And if you're unvaccinated, you do have a prolonged stay, and you are required to have a PCR test 48 hours before. This is all across the board. We know that the CEO of the Saipan Hospital, CHCC Estremonia, has said that even for quarantine exemptions for essential worker status, she's very strict with that. And of course, we also have the travel bubble that is in place with South Korea. And so, across the board, everyone who enters basically has to quarantine, vaccinated or not.
Okay.
Well, Tomas, what's it like to be back there now that, I know you haven't got out of quarantine, but the last time we talked to you and you were in the NMI was kind of like at the height of the pandemic, right? At least on NMI.
Last year we were doing a lot of stories about the setup, right, for this, for setting up that front line, making sure it's strong. And we got a tour of the alternate care site, things like that. And now as we shared on KOAM News' Facebook, there was a fiesta on Rhoda and on Saipan. People are campaigning for the special election that's coming up. As also the Chief of Staff, Will Castro, mentioned that a lot of people are still wearing their masks, taking this very seriously, and going through a lot of, in fact, a lot of the people who were with me on the flight are returning residents who went for health reasons or otherwise very personal reasons to the United States or to Guam. And so we also have a story coming up on what that's like for returning residents who have to do this quarantine so often because of maybe some medical reasons as well.
Right. Well, thank you, Tomas.
Thanks, Tomas.
Thank you so much.
Be safe. Don't go anywhere.
You guys too.
This morning.
Oh, hold on.
It was a sausage and I think like a seafood scrambled.
Let's see it.
Eggs
Seafood scrambled. I want to see.
Okay, all right. Let me.
That sounds good.
Sorry, I'm hungry.
Grab that for
I'm
you,
on
Chris.
Boca Box. I want to look at food.
All right. So, wow, I didn't know I'll be doing like a mukbang every morning.
We got some time.
So this is the breakfast.
You're a man of many talents, Tomas.
As Jason knows, I'm not really a breakfast person. I'll eat this. Though. Very grateful for any food I get. So
nice.
Here it is.
Is that Teresa's puck? That is. Jay, that's Teresa's puck right there.
Nice.
Yeah.
Look at that. Yeah. You can tell because it's girthy.
And so this is, it was, I kind of forgot what time they delivered breakfast. Someone knocked on my door at 6:30 in the morning, and I thought I was late for something. And so, that's they deliver it then. And like I mentioned in the report over the weekend, family order services, all of that's still available for anyone who wants something else outside of what they provide. So.
Nice.
All right, thanks a lot.
Hey, Tomas, if Food Network comes calling today asking if you're available, say no, you got a gig at KUAM already because
No, that's what Feed Me Fridays are for, Jace.
There you go.
Right on. There you go. Taimas Mclaughlin from the KUAM News team. We did have something else, guys, that we wanted to share.
Yeah, just speaking of breakfast, we wanted to give a kudos to McDonald's of Guam. In Guam and Saipan, they're showing their appreciation and thanks to educators, from teachers to librarians to giving out special complimentary breakfast meals. Educators just need to present their school identification card to receive the meal during breakfast. And as you can see on your screens, John Fernandez was there this morning, the superintendent of education, with the vice president of McDonald's of Guam and Saipan, Mr. Joe Azuzu Jr. You just need to present your school ID to receive the meal during breakfast hours. That's from 6 a.m. to 10:30 from today until the 15th, so all week long. According to Joe, this is their way of thanking our teachers who mean so much to our community by teaching, mentoring, and inspiring our students, especially through these challenging times.
Great job.
Nice.
And that's why they call it a happy meal.
Amen. 8:46. We're going to take a quick break. Did you talk about that accident?
The accident.
In EPEN? There was an accident.
Yes.
Okay.
We just got
gotta
something.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
There's an accident that was reported at 7:28 this morning, guys, and it would involve an auto versus power pole by Jeff's Pirates Cove in EPEN, Talafofo. Units are on the scene at 7:36. Medic transported sole occupant adult male to GMH with serious injuries. So again, please drive safe, especially along that EPEN stretch. It's Biloxi to Maxi. It's 8:47.
Want to do Chamorro News?
Yeah, let's go ahead and do Chamorro News with Uncle Ken Conception, which is brought to you proudly by First Hawaiian Bank. Good morning.
Buenas tardes to get some to be sa morgen ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. Tres man maresta pada di mimo gi ogan saplo gi huzong king sa sagan samotso gi zata muning. An man matugato gi polisia masodaw 23 anos na tao na rengo zata kumalalantin. Zama pronuncia na mata gi después ni medikong Guam Memorial na hospital. A criminal investigation na dibisyon ni Guam Police Department sa sigira sa maaktibida yung investigan fenaitay. Masoda ni polisia ay numero ng lisensya ng kareta no malago gi lugar si sedimento. Mala history kareta ginanon tao ni gagi gisibisyon militar. Ginajuda ni Air Force Office of Special Investigations and the Department of Defense Police no ma-assign guati gi Anderson Air Force Base ma-identifika sa masoda 3 ni manmanimbat gagwihin na mumu. Imaresta sa si Fia Tagaluay Aki 31 anos na edad, si John Muliaga 22 anos na edad, dan si Joseph Decady 36 anos na edad. Si Aki dan si Muliaga sa maresta sa paligid na sakin niya sa aggravated assault, criminal facilitation, guilt established by complicities and reckless conduct, mabuk idos pres mapreso. Si Decady sa mabuk pres masulta. Yuto mo na sunto gifinut sa moro gin ni KUM News para pago na Lunes. Gidespués si Sen Cabales na rinibistang kandidato siya para superintendent ng Eskwelahan Katoliko anay bakante na posisyon para kada 2 meses na tempo i-archdiocese agad niya sa maadjek si Palivao Rodriguez. As in its also, gizo ay magasi operations, curriculums, and scheduling para todo Eskwelahan Parakiha gi isla. Sumaga loki gi posisyon niya ni parokyo na administrador gi Immaculate Heart of Mary na gumazuos gi datoto. Iginanastabigwi na posisyon si Dr. Juan Flores sa Resegnegwi gi Hudu na mes. Giza pago si Flores principal para Career Tech High Academy Charter na eskwela. Si Palibao sa tutuon gi ginuebo na posisyon niya gi Martes diadto si Oktubre. By Guam News Network, si Ken Conception. Yasuto gifinut sa moro sa presenta sa ninafato ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Got a question about your finances? You've come to the right place. Bring all your accounts together, even those that aren't with us, and see the big picture, right down to the smallest detail. Unlock powerful tools like Insights and Money Map that help you save time and take control of your finances. When you connect accounts with the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Marianas Irrigation and Landscape and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on, so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Catch Sports Link on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday for the latest sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. Sports Link airs every Friday across the multi-platforms of KUAM. Tune in to the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live stream through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram page. Sports Link is brought to you by Marianas Irrigation and Landscape. The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now. The Totomotna Tales. October on the KUAM Podcast Network.
Listen, I'm your man. You got what I need. Calling, I'll come running. I'll find what it is you seek. Don't worry, girl. Don't worry about a thing. You can put your trust in me. Just say the word, what it is that got you bugging. I'll be there whenever you are stressing. And when I do get close to you, all of your friends ain't got no clue. I just can't wait to be with you, girl. I promise I'll make everything so easy. Girl, I'll be faithful. Promise not to hurt your heart. Swear I'm not able. Love you from the very start. My love's on the table. Take it how you want it, girl.
Hey, we're so grateful to Pepsi Guam
Take
for
it how
jumping
you
on
want it, girl.
with the Refresh Guam campaign. But we're also doing the National Pizza Month giveaway with our friends at Pizza. It's the Pepsi Ultimate Pizza Trivia Challenge with the following participating pizza parlors. Boy, that is a real tongue twister. Pepsi Ultimate Pizza Trivia Challenge participating pizza parlors include CPK, Biology, Pizza Hut, Capricciosa, Papa John's, Sabaro's, Little Caesars, Vitali's, and Crust. And Jay, this morning we are giving away a gift certificate to Capricciosa.
Oh, or caps, as the cool kids say.
Oh, yeah. If you're a millennial, you say caps. Caps. Jay, so I've had all the pies at Capricciosa. Look at me. I've had every pie everywhere. But they have their
including cherry from the looks of it.
Thanks. They have the margarita, which is the one with the tomato, and it's got the big thing of pesto on the top.
Yeah.
But then they also have this one that you guys, man, I forget the name of it, but it's got like bacon on it and salami, and it's good. It's really good. Of course, they got a bunch of great dishes at Capricciosa, and we're going to throw in a 12-pack of Pepsi to help you wash it down.
Now, I must admit my own ignorance because I love Capricciosa, been there a cajillion times and everything, but I'm a creature of habit, so I am a complete noob when it comes to Capricciosa's pizza. I'm sure it's delicious, but I go there and they're like, oh, welcome, sir. What would you... S9. Spicy seafood spaghetti. That's all I need to know. And yeah, the bread, keep it coming. Yes,
Keep
please.
it coming. Got it.
There's a big tip in your future, sir.
That's right. So I don't know what the details of the gift certificate are, but I'm not saying you have to get pizza, but try it out. They got some good stuff there. Capricciosa.
And you know who we need to bring on this segment? Our own Hannah Davanzo.
That's right.
Who is Italian and who is a very, very good Italian cook.
So we've heard.
By all reports.
We
Yeah.
haven't
She said she's
actually
going to cook for us.
Yet to try, but we'll do it. So we did have Carmen. Remember, Carmen was with us, and she was was it her who, she was the one who was the Mexican cook, or was it her mom?
Her mom was, but then she passed it down to her.
Right.
So
And
Carmen Victoria Terlahi, who we miss dearly.
Right, and you have to say all three of her names like that. Carmen
Yeah.
Victoria Terlahi, and she was always like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna cook Mexican," and we're like, "Yeah, okay, come on, how hard can it be?" But then when she brought the spread,
And she's like, "Can you guys come out and help me?" We're like, "All right, we'll send 1 or 2 guys."
Yeah, they had like
5 people made 3 trips out to the car.
and she had the sterno with the little silver containers and everything. So, Carmen set the bar pretty high for Hannah. Good luck. 8:57. Jay, our question for this morning.
Yes. Okay. So if you just give us a ring, get your dialing fingers ready, assuming you use more than one, and let us know. Give us a call at 637.
Wait, hold on. Who uses more than one finger to dial? You just got me there. I'm like, okay. It definitely dialed a lot faster.
I mean, I guess if you use your thumb for the 0.
Because you got to do the 671 now, so
that's right.
It involves enlisting extra digits for it.
Okay, so I mean, you use one finger, use multiple fingers, use your toes, use your nose if you want to, but give us a call 637-0094, because the question this morning is, and this one's big. This is big time, baby. All right, where was pizza invented? This is multiple choice for you guys. All right, we got 4 choices. Where was pizza invented? Was it New York City?
New York City.
If you make it there, you make it anywhere. All right. Was it in Athens, Greece? I know they invented the Olympics, but maybe they invented pizza. Was it Naples, Italy? Or was it Chicago, Illinois, the Windy City?
Right on.
Home of the Bears.
The Bears.
Did they invent the pizza too?
There you go. So where was pizza invented? A, New York City. B, Athens, Greece. C, Naples, Italy. D, Chicago, Illinois. 637-0094. Let's go ahead and go to the phones. We're looking for the first correct caller here. Good morning. Welcome to the link.
Hey, good morning.
What's your name?
Joel.
Joel. Well, here we go. Where was pizza invented? A, New York City. B, Athens, Greece. C, Naples, Italy. D, Chicago, Illinois.
I would say C, Italy.
C, Italy. Is that your final answer?
Yes, final answer.
Man, Joel. Sorry to tell you, but that answer is absolutely correct.
Yeah.
Boom.
All right, awesome.
I like how Jay tried to mess with you.
First shot, only shot, man. You're good. Did you know that, Joel, or were you just taking a wild guess? I mean, it's pizza, so you would assume.
Yeah, I would assume it's from Italy.
Very, very cool. Well, you just won yourself, my friend, a gift certificate to Capricciosa and a 12-pack of Pepsi.
Yee. All right.
Gift certificate at Capricciosa goes a long way.
Yeah, it does. And enjoy that 12-pack of Pepsi. And thanks for playing our Pepsi Ultimate Pizza Trivia Challenge. Joel, hang on, Kay. We're going to get all your information. And we're also going to take a break and come back with more of the show next. Good morning.
Celebrate National Pizza Month with the Pepsi Ultimate Pizza Trivia Challenge. All you have to do is listen to the link during the month of October, and when prompted, call 671-637-0094 with the answer to the Pepsi Ultimate Pizza Trivia Challenge. Winner will receive a gift certificate from our participating pizza parlors and a 12-pack of Pepsi, brought to you locally by Pepsi.
This holiday season, we're once again bringing together the island's largest array of local vendors for a special innovative way for you to shop, broadcast, and go digital with Team KUAM. Join us on Sunday, November 28th for the annual Christmas Pops Virtual Holiday Market at 12 noon on KUAM TV8 and the KUAM News Facebook page, plus additional show times through December 11th. We'll also be featuring vendors daily with posts with QR codes and links on our social media pages beginning Monday, November 29th, and hosting an exclusive Christmas Pops website for your one-stop shopping. It's a safe and convenient way for you to shop local this holiday season. To reserve your spot, email promotions@kuam.com today. Virtual space is limited.
Catch Sports Link on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday for the latest sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. Sports Link airs every Friday across the multi-platforms of KUAM. Tune in to the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live stream through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram page. Sports Link is brought to you by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale.
Welcome back to The Link, everybody. On a Monday morning, we just gave away pizza. Now, point of clarification, Chris, we thought the gentleman's who won the gift certificate to Capriciosa, his name was Joel. It's actually Noel.
Right, yeah.
Silent morning.
I knew his real name. I was just saying the wrong one in case he just wanted to keep that on the DL that he won food from Capriciosa.
Very nice, because now all his friends are going to be hitting him up and say, hey, dude, you got caps?
All par got caps. 9:03, Monday, October 11. Ladies and gentlemen, Jason Solis.
Yes, everybody. On Guam, we have a lot of opportunity, and you know what? We celebrate culture and diversity here. We love the fact that when you grow up on this amazing island and in this community of ours, you get to understand and share and celebrate not only your own heritage, but the heritage of others. And that is precisely what the JET program does. It's a program that I've gotten to know over the years because I've interviewed several people from it, several applicants, and it gives young aspiring people the chance to go over to Japan and to be able to experience their culture and to help educate some really, really good people. So I've got Scott Clark in the KUAM News Zoom room. Scott, Hafide, and welcome to the show. And first of all, fantastic virtual background, I got to say.
Thank you, Jason. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me.
No, very, very nice. Where is that obviously it's in Japan, but where specifically is that?
That is specifically Matsumoto Castle, which is in Nagano Prefecture. It's right in the middle of Japan. It's in the Japanese Alps. So it's a really beautiful mountain valley, and it's one of the few original castles still standing in Japan. It's an original. It was built in the early 1600s.
Now, of course, Nagano known for the Winter Olympics because of the skiing and like the very fine winter sports they have there. And so let's go ahead and break down exactly what the JET program is. Again, like Scott, it's been a couple years, because we had this whole pandemic thing go on. But this was one of the interviews that I really enjoyed doing because it really gave people a chance to not only to travel and to experience a different culture, but to really broaden their horizons and get a really, really good line item on the resume as well.
It's truly a tremendous opportunity. The JET program is a program for recent college grads. The requirements are you need to have graduated with a 4-year degree, and you need to have U.S. citizenship. And the program is primarily sponsored. It's sponsored by the Japanese government, and within the Japanese government, there's a couple different branches that sponsor. One is the Ministry of Education. So it seems on the surface, it seems to be primarily an education-related program. However, there's very much a kind of a cultural ambassador sort of role that the applicants are expected to play when they're over there.
Mm-hmm. And what exactly are the responsibilities of people that are accepted into the program? Like, because ambassador is kind of like broadly defined, and of course, because as Pacific Islanders, specifically Guamanians, it's inherent in us. And they said, oh, you're going over to Japan, make sure to pack enough cookies, make sure to pack, a choti for the red rice and everything, because you're not only going over to represent our culture, you're also there to extend hospitality, even though you're a guest.
Yes, the primary responsibilities are you're going over as an assistant language teacher of English, and you'll be sent to high schools and junior high schools, primarily high schools and junior high schools, but occasionally some elementary schools. And they'll send you, depending on your placement, you'll get placed pretty much anywhere in Japan. And personally, when I went over on the JET program, I was in Ibaraki Prefecture, which is about an hour and 45 minutes north of Tokyo. But it's kind of rural, so I was out in the countryside. And for me, I thought that was an absolutely tremendous placement because being in a rural setting, I got to know the real Japan. And I learned more about, I lived in Japan for 20 years, and I learned more about Japan in the first 2 years living in the countryside than I did in the next 18 years that I lived in Tokyo.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it's not all just big, glitz and glamour lights and, like that, I mean, that is a very, wonderful part of Japan. But again, that is kind of like the point. You're going there and you're fulfilling this obligation to help, teach young aspiring students, the English language. But you're also going there to experience, what some people would say the traditional Japan, and various aspects that you might not see just going on Wikipedia all the time.
Oh, absolutely. Being there, you're obviously going to make Japanese friends. You're going to have heaps of opportunities to get involved in Japanese culture. I would definitely call it a life-changing experience. And if you're looking to experience something very, very different, a very different culture, immerse yourself, and have a well-paying job at the same time, this is a great opportunity.
Mm-hmm. Now, Scott, you mentioned the fact that that you went out to maybe the more rural area. If I was accepted into the program, do I have maybe my choice of assignments, and how long would the actual program last, and how long would I be out there?
Okay, you go over on 1-year assignments, and you can renew 2 more times. And you can put in requests for certain places. However, it depends on the needs of the program itself, whether you get the specific assignments that you requested. If you request, let's say Kyoto or or Tokyo, something that's like super high profile, a lot of people are going to put in requests for that. So it'll be very challenging to get your request on that one. But
sure.
Regardless of where you go, though, you're going to have a fantastic time, and you're going to learn an incredible amount. So it's just a fantastic learning experience.
And I think the irony, Scott, is so unbelievably delicious, because you go there to teach English, and probably the amount of lessons that you wind up taking away from the students and just being immersed in the culture is probably 100-fold.
It is. In my case, I joined a local basketball team. And so that was like one of my major social outlets. And I was the only foreigner on the basketball team. So it was all Japanese guys and myself. And I've just thrown that out as an example of the kinds of things that you can do when you're there. I also started English clubs I was at a high school. I was at a few different high schools. So I rotated around to different high schools in Ibaraki. And I started English clubs at the high schools.
Okay.
And that was another way to really get to know the students outside of the normal classroom.
Now, how was it? Because, of course, if you follow sports, and I'm a big sports guy, basketball is really on the up and up in Japan. The Japan women actually played the U.S. women for the gold medal in the past Olympics. But how was it like, they've got a foreigner coming over, and it's like, okay, American guy, you instantly play center, or, you're our point guard, you have no say in this matter and everything. We want you to run the offense. How is the incorporation, bringing like your American style of athletics and competition into a Japanese setting? Because I would think that too, that's a very, very valuable lesson. I mean, there's been movies made about the cultural differences and how this benefits athletes.
Well, I'm 6 feet tall, so that's not super tall in the States, but in Japan, that's definitely relatively higher than average. So I definitely got thrown into center.
Very nice.
I became the starting center on the team from day one.
There you go. Well, teamwork and cohesion, is true in like any culture, and sports certainly is one of the ways that you're going to find out if you qualify for the JET program. I wanted to talk about qualification since we're on the subject again, because you were saying you have to have a college degree. What specifically would endear me more towards being selected for this?
Ooh,
as far as like my academic background, life experience, maybe like a work experience and so forth?
God, that's a really tough question for me. I'm afraid I'm going to have to punt on that one and point towards the Japanese consulate. They're the ones that, that do the screening and the picking out the candidates. The only specific requirements that I'm aware of are having a 4-year degree, number one, and number two, being a U.S. citizen. Beyond that, there is an application that you have to fill out, and they are going to go through an interview and interview you. And I think that they're looking for people that are young, energetic, outgoing, and have desire, that really want to do this.
Mm-hmm. Is there an age limit on this? Because I mean, obviously, like this program favors, maybe not favors in the bias sense, but like young people would really get the most out of this. But like if someone like me, I'm 47, and I was like, this sounds like a fantastic opportunity. Would I still be able to avail?
Oh, that's another question. I'm afraid I don't know the answer to.
Well, I'm going to give it a shot, Scott. I'm going to go because I have immense respect for the culture of Japan, the history, and everything like that. And I mean, the worst they can say is no, right? I tried.
That's right. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, worst thing they can do is say no.
Would you be able to share, like, are there any deadlines that we should know about? Because I know, again, you said this is it's a program that's ongoing, and you have a 1-year renewable contracts, and you can renew like 2 times. But if you are accepted into the program, when are you looking at heading over, and and when should we be expected to start?
Yes, the application deadline is November 12th, and the time that that you get sent over is generally over the summer. However, this year it was delayed a bit because of the whole virus apocalypse.
Mm-hmm.
So like everybody's schedules have been kind of whacked out because of that. But
yeah, there was that Olympics thing too. I think that may have preoccupied the country somewhat.
Yes. There's that as well. But the big date to know is November 12th is the application deadline.
Okay. And is there an online resource where people can check out, like maybe like a website or email address or a social media account where if people would like more information, they can check out?
Yes, there is. Let me scroll down and find that. The person to talk to is Naoko Leasiolagi at the consulate in Aganya, the Japanese consulate in Aganya, and her phone number is 646-1290, and one more time, that's 646-1290, and the website is www.aganya.us.emb-japan.go.jp.
All right, good note. And Scott, I guess I just like to close on this because, like, I know a couple people, as I said, who have been alumni of this very wonderful program, and both of them said this is the best decision they ever made. They said the experience was life-changing. They said it made them a more complete intellectual. It taught them so much about themselves, about another part of the world. It gave them immense respect for our neighbors. It also taught them, like what the bounty of culture and of diversity we have here on Guam and everything like that. So I don't see why anybody wouldn't want to do this. It's a fantastic program.
Absolutely agree 100% to everything you just said. It's truly life-changing.
All right. Well, Scott, thanks so much for your time. And I say thank you and domo arigato.
Arigato gozaimasu.
All right. Thanks so much, Scott.
Thank you. Take care.
All right. So make sure to get those applications in, everybody. As Scott was saying, you have about a month, and you would assume that many people are going to do this because it's a fantastic program. 1 year, you go over to Japan, you be an ambassador for our culture, our way of life, and you get to share our culture and teach English to some really, really good kids. Chris?
Thanks for that, Jay. Thank you, Scott. Let's keep it in the KUAM News Zoom room and get over to Sergeant Paul Depow, the Guam Police Department. What weekend for GPD? Sergeant Paul is definitely working very hard this weekend. Good morning, Sarge.
Hey, Hafaday KUAM familia, Hafaday Guam. Thank you so much for having us again on your platform.
Paul, let's start with the incident that occurred over in Timooning for people who
Okay, sure.
aware.
So, first and foremost, again, we at the Guam Police Department would like to offer our condolences to, the family of the loss of the 22-year-old man that we are actually make the arrest on relative to this death investigation. So as you mentioned, ma'am, the Guam Police Department entertained a disturbance complaint that occurred on Saturday, October 9th at the King's Restaurant in Mooning. Now, this occurred outside the restaurant establishment. Upon our officers' arrival, they discovered a 23-year-old unconscious and unresponsive man who was later transported to Guam Memorial Hospital for treatment and care. The man, unfortunately, had succumbed to his injuries and was pronounced deceased by attending physicians. Now, this case was assumed by our detectives assigned to the Criminal Investigation Division of the Guam Police Department. Through the course of the investigation, our detectives continued the work. They were able to obtain information provided by witnesses, of course, the management from King's, very cooperative, with our detectives, and they were able to ascertain the information of a vehicle that the individuals had left, that were involved in the disturbance, had left in. Now, through the course of the detectives, working the case, and with the assistance from the Air Force Office of Special Investigation and Department of Defense Police assigned to Anderson Air Force Base, the 3 men that were identified in the disturbance were located. They were transported to GPD headquarters, where they were later arrested for the following incident. The Guam Police Department's detectives arrested 31-year-old Fia Tagualia Aiki for aggravated assault, reckless conduct, guilt established by complicity, and criminal facilitation. He was subsequently booked and confined. We also arrested John Mike Muliaga, 22-year-old man. He was arrested for aggravated assault, reckless conduct, guilt established by complicity, and criminal facilitation. He was also booked and confined at the Department of Correction. Detectives also arrested Joseph Kendi Dekati, 36-year-old man. He was charged for criminal facilitation. He was booked and released. Now, I just want to stress to the community out there that although this arrests have been made, and this case report has been forwarded to the Office of the Attorney General for prosecution, we continue to work this case. This case continues to remain open. There's some factors that we need to work towards such as the autopsy, to determine the cause and, of course, the manner of death. And as we move forward, of course, as you know, with previous death investigations, once we, our pathologists make the assessment, and of course, the autopsy is performed. Once we find the cause and manner of death, we will adjust accordingly in accordance with the Office of the Attorney General for additional prosecution and additional charges.
Right, I think that's what people were questioning when you saw the press release that came out from GPD. There was only the charges of aggravated assault, and there was nothing that indicated like murder or manslaughter or anything like that.
And it's usually with the availability of a chief medical examiner. So, we're working towards that. Again, once an autopsy is performed on the 23-year-old individual, the cause, the manner of death will be made and brought forward.
Is there any word on when the autopsy will be conducted?
I don't have information in reference to that, but once we get the autopsy report, we'll provide that to the community and, of course, to our media partners.
Mm-hmm. And I guess there's nothing else you can say as to what transpired that early morning?
Not at this time. Again, as you know, we also work towards, the rights to due process. We want to protect the integrity, first and foremost, of the case investigation. The 3 individuals are going to be, the case will be brought forth to the AG's office, and a magistrate report will be completed. And again, as these are the judiciary process that we, the Guam Police Department, we also have to maintain the integrity of the case investigation. Detailed information will be provided once the magistrate reports do come out, and we work towards getting getting that true bill indictment, and then we move forward towards our ultimate goal is to, of course, bring justice to the family, and of course garner that conviction. So one step at a time. We do want to protect and maintain the integrity of this case.
Mm-hmm. How key was surveillance video in this investigation?
I'm sorry?
How key was surveillance video? Were you guys able to obtain surveillance video?
And with the nature of course, this type of investigation, every type of platforms that we can use to determine what happened, and of course and also to identify individuals responsible is key. We were able to work with witnesses. We were able to obtain outside from a different perspective, and of course working with the management from King's, working with the management with the Guam Premier outlets. It really aided our investigators in reference to this case. So those are components that are utilized as a case investigation, and of course investigatory process in bringing closure to this case. Again, I want to stress that this case still continues. So anybody who may have additional information, a witness testimony, and of course any video that they can provide, this is really going to help our case investigators, and of course it'll strengthen the case as we move forward.
Mm-hmm. And speaking of video, did you see the video of what happened outside of Anderson Air Force Base? There were some guns that were drawn. It looked like it was the actual arrest of one of the suspects, at least, and then there was another vehicle. I don't know if it was the vehicle that the suspects or additional suspects were in. Can you speak to that?
I saw small bits of it, that, but I can't connect anything to that. So, until we get a full report. But that was shared, that was brought to my attention via social media.
Mm-hmm. So you can't say whether or not, in fact, that is related.
Yeah, not at this time.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Paul.
Absolutely.
Right. And now there was a crash early this morning down in Talofofo. Yes. Can you provide information?
We did. Our officers responded to an auto off-roadway, subsequently colliding with, I believe, a utility pole. I'm still getting bits and pieces. We are, parts of our preliminary investigation. I do know that the individuals that were involved were transported to Guam Memorial Hospital by Medic 6. This is a non-fatal crash. Our Highway Patrol Division was not activated for this. It is in the hands of our patrol officers, and once I'm able to ascertain more information, I'll provide more to the media.
What about that crash last week at the overpass up here? I believe it's Route 16.
That's an ongoing investigation with our traffic investigators. That is an official vehicle crash that was classed as an official vehicle crash, auto crash. Every official crash is entertained by our traffic investigators from officers assigned to the Highway Patrol Division, and every crash report involving an official vehicle is forwarded to our internal affairs for their review. And of course, any disposition that comes out from that administrative review will be brought forth for the chief's decision moving forward for any disciplinary action for all official vehicle crashes that is entertained within our traffic investigators that have been forwarded to our internal affairs for administrative review.
Mm-hmm. Can you confirm whether or not that incident involved a high-speed chase?
I do know from the preliminary reports that they were trying to effectuate a traffic stop on that black Scion relative to a traffic violation. And of course, the individual made numerous attempts to elude officers. That individual was involved in a what we call first contact collision, striking a vehicle that was motoring in northbound on Route 16. And of course, the attempts for the individual to exit the vehicle while motoring, thus caused the collision, which was reported to the media. Again, we'll get more findings from our traffic investigators, their determination, and of course, again, I want to reiterate that all official vehicle crashes are forwarded to the internal affairs for administrative review, and of course, the disposition of our chief moving forward for any disciplinary action.
All right. Anything planned this week for Police Week?
Yes, we do have our award ceremony. Again, this will be provided virtually. We want to celebrate our officers, our hardworking men and women, both our sworn and our unsworn. So this is going to be done virtually. Our governor's Facebook page will provide the platform. This is going to be at 1 o'clock, October 14th. The family and friends who are tight with the recipients can help celebrate with them. And on October 16, which is a Saturday, we are going to do our memorial service, in which we traditionally do in honoring our fallen officers in both our local and our federal side. This is going to be a moment in which we celebrate and we memorialize the many lives that were lost, and these fine officers who made the ultimate sacrifice. So again, this is going to be under the platform of the governor's office. That's going to be providing the platform. It's going to be done virtually. We want to stay in line with the executive order and the compliance with our COVID, mitigation process.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Paul, for coming on to the show.
Thanks, Sarge.
Absolutely. You guys take care. Thank you so much again for providing a platform for the Guam Police Department. You guys take care. Stay safe, Guam. God bless.
Stay safe.
All right. There you go. Sergeant Paul Depow, 927. Quick break. Coming back with GHRA President Mary Rhodes next right here on the link.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down, because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, where you get smart insights into your finances so you can make smart decisions with your money. With a daily personalized feed, you can compare your monthly income to spending. That's better. Discover where your money is actually going. You might be surprised. See what's essential and what isn't. The more you use the app, the smarter it gets. With insights from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable, as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KOAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KOAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KOAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage, with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapoco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
We can hold hands, walk the beach, okay? Right? And if you like, baby, we can jump into that sexy mode. I'll make your body fold. Make your body cream while you're holding me, right? And I don't never wanna let you go. Never let you go. So I want you to know that I love you. You was all I want. You was all I want, girl. I can never leave you. Can never hurt you. I can make you cry no more. No man can never love you the way I love you. You was all I want. You was all I want, girl. So tell me what's on your mind.
Hey, good morning. Thank you for the comments on my mask. Just getting you guys ready. We did have a couple of the mayors on. Was it like a week or two ago? And they said that pretty much it's going to be a drive-through Halloween this year. Duh. I mean, if public health is saying that in order to exit this surge, which we are now in week 12 of. This is the 12th week of this stuff. Are you used to it yet? Yeah, me neither. But we did have Mayor, who was it, Mayor Ghra or somebody on, and they were talking about their trick-or-treat is going to be drive-through, and Mayor Alec, the Mayor's Council Guam president, pretty much said, yeah, of course. So, just so you know. 9:32. Maybe next year, guys. Next year. You remember Halloween, though? Where'd you take your boy?
Halloween?
Yeah, in a normal Halloween.
We really don't do Halloween.
You don't? Okay, yeah. I've been lucky enough to take my kids to Hyundai Santa Rita a couple times.
No, remember when Halloween you just went to like your own hood, your own.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Now it's like everybody wants to go to Barragata Heights or they want to go.
I did the Barragata Heights one year, but it was so crowded.
Yeah.
I just was like, I can't. Do
It's
this
either
again.
it's either Barragata Heights or Hyundai. That's where everybody goes.
Right, yeah. 9:33.
Mary's got some inside tips. Hi, Mary.
Hi, Mary.
Where's the
Rose.
best place to go trick or treating?
Well, we grew up going to Auntie Rosie's Scambler's house in Nimitz Hill before it became really popular.
I've been in
so
Nimitz
we
Hill.
always grew up in Nimitz with around the Scambler's house.
And there's a reason they call it the hill. I mean, just going through like the residential area. I mean, you're gonna get candy. You're gonna get a workout.
You definitely burn the candy off. Right, for real.
Yeah.
Well, hi, Mary. Thanks for joining us. How are you?
Good. How are you guys?
We're good. You look
As
great.
good as can be, right? As good as can be.
Right on. Well, thanks for coming on. We did want to bring you on because it's been a minute since you came on the show, and just wanted to kind of stick our finger in the air and find out what you're working on over there. Because I know when we don't hear from Mary Rhodes at GHRA, there's some stuff going on. So what's going on?
She's always working.
Right.
Well, the last couple of weeks, we've really been focusing on getting everybody geared up with either vaccinations or the testings to be in compliance. We have worked with several GovGuam agencies, autonomous agencies, not line, but also private sector companies to get trained. So I do want to give a shout out to the public health lab staff. They've been really great at getting everybody trained, certified, and then materials out to those businesses and agencies who aren't required by law. Some agencies and private sector companies aren't required by law to do this, and they just kind of felt it was important that they also do it. So it's out there, but really, our testing site has ramped down because there isn't a huge demand. We've had no more than 30 people go to our sites at the hotel. And so we're just informing everybody where the weekly testing sites are. And I've been working with, Crystal getting that information out. But really our focus also the last 3 weeks has been working with Ghra and talking to GBB about getting funding for our industry stakeholders now that Ghra is closing out soon their last grant. Please know that there are still monies available through that small business grant. And so there's quite a bit of money still available, and it's important that everybody take advantage of that. But we certainly have other programs that we're looking at that is really tourism industry stakeholder related for optional tours, but also restaurants who did not get it funded through the RRF, even some hotel operators who didn't qualify for other grants. And, there's a lot of companies like transportation, retail, rental car companies, even spas, different types of ancillary services too, professional services that directly rely on tourism, right? So there are a lot of businesses that have not either qualified or did not receive full funding with whatever federal, local grants that have been available. So although those grants and programs, loan programs were really important, in the last year, those monies have been exhausted already. And so we really have to think about how are we going to get through this next quarter and start 2022. And I know the last time I was here, we talked about a whole lot of stuff, and Sabrina and I and Chris, we really highlighted all of the things we really should be addressing now, because it takes at least 90 days to get traction on, programs, but also just even with airlines showing interest. And so there's a lot of things we should be really doing the heavy lifting for in order to get traction for 2022. And so, we already know how the forecast is going to be at the end of the year. It's dismal, same as 2022. And so we need to get the assistance to these businesses in various forms, whether it's through direct grant programs and funding, or we need to really talk to the government and the legislature about other programs that should be considered. If they're not going to give the full $75 million, maybe there are things that we can consider as kind of waivers or credits towards something based on their lost revenues. So whatever we end up designing with Ghra and GVB, I think is going to be extremely helpful, extremely beneficial for those businesses to survive this next year. But the most exciting thing, I think, in the last month has been that even Korea has opened up, and Korean nationals, they don't have to quarantine on the way back. They're the first market to do that outside of Taiwan. And so I think that's a glimmer of hope for Guam. But we have to move towards that. We have to really start getting that movement going and start really, talking to the agents, talking to the wholesalers, the airlines, and really start getting plans to really reopen to the Korean market. We have a little bit with that recent flight, but that's only been a very, very small amount. And so there's a lot on the horizon still to do. There's still a lot of work to be done. And so GHRA is focusing really on getting more funding, but also getting programs going for end of the year and the beginning of the year.
You said that we need, I wasn't sure the tense of what you said, but you said we need plans, right? Because 90 days, implement stuff. So I just got to ask the big question, because it seems like we get you on and it's the same thing. We're not planning ahead. I'm trying to get assistance for the businesses, right? So
yes.
What is the issue then? That because we're hearing on our end that I don't know what the governor's doing, but we just hear from a variety of sources that, for example, that economic, what's that one group they have, Bree?
The governor?
Yeah, there was a whole, I don't know. I'm confused.
Committee on Economic Recovery or something. Do you remember way back?
Yeah.
There was supposed to be a committee or task force, something on
economic.
Yeah, we had economic advisory boards, and then we also had economic advisory working groups.
So I'm not sure which one, but we hear from multiple sources that they haven't met in months, which to me is insane, because that's one of the biggest things the governor talks about, and that's why we're living under these very lax pandemic conditions, is because they talk about the economy.
Yeah. Yeah, the working group has not been meeting, but I do know that she does have an advisor group, and those advisors do meet with her on occasion. I don't know the frequency of that. I'm not part of that group. I'm part of the working group. Sophia and I, GHRA does have a seat at the table with the GVB Recovery Task Force, however, and they just met last week. And so I think it's really twofold. I think that it's the frequency of the meetings, but also the information that's shared at the meetings, right? It's we have to be a lot more proactive and really start planning ahead, like we're talking about. But a lot of it is just dealing with the issue of today, right? So at times it can be reactionary, and it is dealing with time-sensitive information, which I can understand. You can only react to what's happening today, but there also needs to be a group about really planning and adjusting the plan as we deal with real-time situations. And so GHRA and GVB has worked like that in the past, and I know that the Recovery Task Force has addressed these things with Jerry and Sam leading that. So part of that is the stakeholder meeting. We have been meeting with GBB and Ghra to move forward. And David John is one of the advisors, and he's the chairman for Ghra. So I think that people are having individual discussions or individual group meetings, but there hasn't been one larger plan to really get things going for 2022.
Seems like
no, I was going to say.
So even me, when I meet with public health, it's always on an individual basis with our organization, with Sophia as my chairperson and myself meeting with public health. It's not always in a larger task force. I have been in task force, but a lot of the last maybe 4 or 5 months have really been more individually led by agents.
I noticed that the Guam Visitors Bureau, they're scheduled to appear before the legislature tomorrow for this informational hearing virtually, right? And so some of the things on the agenda, it says the tourism recovery plan. Did you help, craft this plan? Can you tell us what exactly is in it?
No, Jerry actually released that last year. I know that he's revised it since. So Jerry's always had a recovery plan when COVID first hit. And so we've been asking, let's pull that back out, and let's readdress it, make some adjustments and really identify which markets are reopened to us. And I know that, we did launch with Airbnb with Taiwan as a reopening start. But things have changed with Taiwan and the Airbnb program, right? In Taiwan, you have to quarantine on the way back now. And so that's not really going to work for our Taiwan travelers. So the hearing tomorrow, the plan that Jerry produced is really a GBB plan.
I see. Okay. Also, how is GHRA members doing? I know I've been out maybe once or twice to eat. And
yeah, it's really tough. The other thing that we have been working on for a while now with the Guam Chamber of Commerce is we are part of a Safe Haven program, which has really been in existence for about 1.5 years, and that's with the military. And really our military business, our local community, consumers, that is really the market right now, right? We have very few tourists. And even at that, those tourists are still looking for things to do if they are here. And so it is very challenging. But you can only make so much revenue based off of the local community, right? On revenues shared. And we've seen that go down because a lot of federal dollars, the PUA program has ended. And so people are, of course, being a lot more conservative with how they're spending their dollars. So that's understandable. But what we have to do is really reshare our messaging and get the information out there of who's currently open, who's operating. Some people have scaled down to just the weekends. They're not operating during the weekdays. So they have limited hours again because of the recent restrictions, right?
Yeah.
The last month and a half. And so I'm working with the Guam Chamber of Commerce. They do have a committee that is focused on military activity. But what we want to do is really work with Chamber and with Joint Region Marianas. We had a meeting with them, with the new Admiral, and we're going to be putting together a program where, in working with Ghra as well, providing a resource page, whether you're military, tourist, or even local resident, and you want to know what are the current restrictions, but also what's really out there, what's available, which businesses are open, who's operating. And so we are going to be sharing that information because we really want to remind everybody that all of these businesses are practicing safety and health protocols, and they are thriving. They're trying to basically survive, right? So there are a lot of things we can do for these businesses to promote them, to really highlight their operational hours, to highlight the fact that they are safe, and hopefully they're all signed up for the WTTC Safe Travels, Guam Safe Certified program that GHRA and GBB launched for businesses to promote themselves as a safe as part of our safe destination. And so really that's next. That's what GHRA is focusing on, is really helping with rebuilding the economy, get the safe and safe message out there that businesses are all compliant with that and going above and beyond, and really reminding our consumers, whether you're a local resident, a military transfer, or even here only for a short period of time, for whatever reasons, if you're a federal contractor or a tourist, that these are the businesses out there in the community, these are their operating hours, and we all encourage everybody to buy local, to support local, and to help rebuild the economy, because at the end of the day, it's going to take all of us to work together. And that's kind of the heart of the message of Protehi Linalata, is to get to really protect the stakeholders that have built the tourism industry. But it's not just leisure and business travelers, right? We are all part of the economy. We are all part of the community. And so whether you're a local resident or not, the businesses need the entire community to come together and support each other, because it's extremely challenging. And we just really want to share that message out there that, to support local.
Whatever happened to that QR code thing for the vaccinations?
We launched it on our own with AMC and GHRA. We actually had the Guam National Golf Federation over the weekend, and we did a test site there. We tested players before they went out to play, and we used the system. So it is being used, but only for people who go to our outreach clinics that were tied in with AMC. Also, AMC clinics, anyone that they've seen on their own without GHRA, they are also using it for that. So GHRA just approved the QR code scanner. So if you don't know, our website, we updated last year. I think I came on and told you guys about that. We updated our website. We now have a mobile app, which is both on iOS, Apple, and Android. And so when you download the GHRA app, whether you're a member or not a member, you can log in as a member or non-member. You can actually use the QR code reader to read the QR codes that we're using here on Guam. And then I also was in Hawaii, as Chris knows. I used my Smart Health Card, which our QR code, we have two QR codes. One is for travel, and it's the Smart Health Card, which is accepted nationally as well as internationally by airlines and airports. And so that works in Hawaii, as well as, so we have the Smart Health Card, which is a national program in the US, but then also we have our local events app, QR code. So you'll get two QR codes with us, one for travel and one for local events on Guam or dining, or anywhere that you have to show your vaccination card. You can do it without showing your information. It just scans your QR code. It doesn't provide any personal information. It just scans it, and then the vendor who uses it using our QR code or our app can just scan it quickly. It goes away. It's very time sensitive, so nobody keeps the information. And so I know for those who are worried about their information being shared or the vaccination card, being stored somewhere, photocopied, you can easily enter an establishment with our QR code and not have to download it to anybody unless you opt to share it. You can still download your images if you want and share that as a permanent file. But the QR code is meant to be a real efficient, safe way to enter into establishments or for travel.
And is this something that all the members of GHRA have the ability to do the scan when somebody shows up and shows their QR code?
Yeah, we are about 2 weeks away from launching it, actually, for those who want to use it. So our vendor just created it because, we've been working on the QR code itself. And so we needed a vehicle, and we were hoping public health would be the vehicle, but we ended up just building it in our GHRA app. So if you download our GHRA app, it'll just have a QR code scanner. All you have to do is log in, use that. And then, most establishments, most managers on duty have a phone, right? Or a QR code reader or a scanner on the front. Our QR code reader is specifically for our app, though. And so we just moved forward with AMC, and we are going to be launching it for a trial period for free. And we're hoping that the government, hopefully by the holidays, would encourage everybody to go out, and be safe, but still be able to go out and freely share their QR code without having to worry about a vaccination card.
That's awesome. So everybody, go download the GHRA app now, right? In anticipation of the official launch.
Yeah, and if you need to get your QR code, you can just log on to guamcovid.com. If you were inoculated by AMC at any time, we do have guamcovid.com. You can actually get that, but not everything is live yet. We will be launching it in a couple of weeks, and our QR code reader will be in effect. Now, not every establishment will want to take that because it's going to require, a smartphone to scan it. Some people might still ask for your vaccine card manually. So I encourage everybody just to take a photocopy of it so you're not carrying paper around. You can just show your photocopy as long as you sign in. Then you should be fine. But we need to find efficient ways, right? Not just for the individual, but for the establishments, as we are dealing with these restrictions and guidelines. And so our role is really to find easy solutions that can be applied across the board universally, that would be easy for anybody to understand and be able to, use in practice. And so even though the government hasn't bought into this concept, we're still moving forward. And if anybody has any questions, they can contact us at GHRA, and we will help you through this process just like anything else. But we're hoping by the end of the year, if it doesn't get through, and QR codes and vaccine cards are still necessary, then AMC and GHRA will decide how we're going to make this available to the rest of the island, because we do need to work with public health to get access to the information. Otherwise, the alternative route is we just do what GBB did for the sweepstakes, is encouraging everybody just to enter into their information, and then you can get it that way. But that would probably, it would be a nominal fee at that point if you wanted to avail of this service. But for now, we're making it free for GHRA and AMC patients.
I want to go back to how many weeks ago was that where you, GHRA, and I think the chamber, and then I want to say the women's chamber too, came out and said, hey, can we just dial back to 50%?
Oh boy, that was, I want to say, almost 3 months ago. We haven't had any follow-up meetings regarding guidelines, right, and any changes to that. Yeah. And so I think that because of the numbers still, and obviously, I saw the news the other day about the governor not allowing exemptions for fitness centers and the like. I don't know what the target is. So if the target is 90% vaccinated, or because I highly doubt we're going to get to 100%, I think that we need to find a way to move forward, be able to reopen up the community in a safe way, and still be able to work towards getting people vaccinated if that is what they choose to do. But we need to find a way forward. I don't know what that answer is, because we have not had meetings to talk about, possibly changing any of the restrictions or the guidelines lately. But I would hope that, as we are already over, I think, almost 88% fully vaccinated. And I would think that, the goal to get more people vaccinated and the boosters out is being met. And so we need to start having those conversations of whether or not, has that goalpost have you gotten nearer to that, so that we can reopen the economy? Because I think that there are obviously consequences to that, right? So we need to make sure that we can certainly get the community on board, but as well as the businesses. I know you're talking about Halloween, but for us, that's end of the month already. That plan has passed, right? To me, it's end of the year. Yeah. And the beginning of the year. Yes. When you're really looking at businesses, you want to know what your 60 to 90-day forecast is at least. And hiring is hard right now. That has been one of our biggest challenges, right? Man, is hiring if you're going to reopen.
Mary, you should check GovGuam, because they never stopped hiring. See what their secret is. Yeah.
But I have to say, I have to recognize Darren Talai and his group. I went to the CPK opening last night in Hagåtña, and they spent quite a bit of money to renovate the place. And I went to one of the opening dinner sets, and it was really good. It's very exciting to see something open up in Hagåtña, and I think that it's going to be a great option, a great product within the capital. And again, it goes back to the message that we hope people feel safe enough to go out, support the local businesses, know that everybody is taking the health and safety protocols extremely seriously. We've had no transmissions within restaurants, and we really want to encourage people to come out and, wear your mask, practice social distancing, wash your hands, and support local, because it's really important that we all are all here for each other, regardless of tourists or military. The local community, we need to be able to come together and support the local businesses who have really invested on Guam and made it their home, whether they're local or not. It doesn't matter. If you are here on Guam paying taxes, we are all residents, and we really need to keep this economy going, because it's the only, we have to have hope, right? And we have to continue moving forward. And truly, as GHRA, we've done our part. We've done our job the last 18 months, and we would like to see the economy reopen. And so that is the bottom line, is we have to start moving towards that. Because, Chris asked us to send out information that we shared over the weekend with another media outlet. And we will be sending that out as a press release, because I think it's an extremely important message to put out there, is we've done our part for the 18 months, 20 months, and we definitely need to find the way forward. And as private sector, we will continue to lead that way forward. And it is our job to do that. However hard it is our job to continue to, motivate and to get everybody to start looking towards that future, which it could be Halloween. So it's
good luck with that, Mary.
It's daunting, right? When you have to think about, I don't know what's happening in 2 weeks. I'm a planner. That stuff stresses me out. I need to know what's going to happen in 2 to 3 months.
Yeah, well, we're flying by the seat of our pants. We don't have a plan for $600 million in ARP. It doesn't look like there's a plan to get out of this surge. I don't know. What we did hear from public health was that we'll know when we're out of the surge when we're down to 25 positive cases a day. Sustained, Your Honor. So.
Yes.
Put that in your pipe,
Yeah,
Mary.
I know. But, we always said in the beginning, right, when you saw those surges happen, it's not 2 weeks. That could take 6 to 8 weeks at least, because of the spread, the community spread. And so we are already at that 6-7 week mark, I think. So Halloween would put us right at 8-9 weeks, I think, from the surge with the Delta variant. But, our job is, we can't plan for the next 2 weeks. We have to plan longer. And so I just really want to share that message with everybody, is that's really where GHRA is going to be focusing on in the next, today, as of 3 weeks ago. We started really, really pressing this. And we met with a lot of the different stakeholders and the agencies, but also, again, with the military, with GBB, Ghra, and Guam Chamber of Commerce. We definitely need to start paving that path, because it's the only way out, right? It's the only way out of this, is to continue that forward progress movement.
Man, Mary, a year ago, we were trying to strive for 5, and we were told that we would get Thanksgiving. I remember, it's so ironic because how things have changed, but about a year ago, I put out a video begging people to chill out so that we could have Thanksgiving, and I remember the governor was thanking me, Lieutenant Governor was thanking me. A little different tone this year, but it looks like we're right back in the same place. So,
well, if you think about it, to me, the science behind a lot of this is, if you look at the States, everywhere else, through the summer, people are doing different things. Yeah. So we're all increasing exposures, whether it's travel, off-island visitors coming, whatever, people coming back home. People are doing more activities during the summer when kids are out of school. Once fall hits, that's your timeline when things start settling and things that exposure takes place. So it's no surprise to me that we are where we were at last year. But think about where we were at come December, right? And then January, where everything started to loosen up. And so I think that that's just kind of like a cycle, not to apply it to the flu season or anything like that, but there are cycles to this with human behavior. And so we just have to remind each other that we still have to practice the same things. We can't let our guard down. And even though we want to enjoy certain things, like, going off island or do social gatherings, we still have to practice the basics, regardless of where we are or what we're doing. I think if we just kind of kept that mindset, I think we would be better off than where we're at today. And so those are lessons learned. But to me, it's no surprise, even with the Delta variant, it only exacerbated it. But to me, it's kind of the same cycle as last year. So you're absolutely correct, Chris, that, we were in the same boat. But the timeline is the same, too.
Yeah. Well, I guess I better start working on a Thanksgiving video then. Thanks, Mary.
All right. Thanks, you
Bye.
guys.
Take care.
We appreciate it.
Right on. Esther, be safe. Hey, it's 10:01. We're going to jump over. KUAM, thank you guys so much for watching. My name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Jason Solis has left the building. Joe, sir, great job today. KUAM TV, hasta. Adios.
Bye.
And we're back. Guess what else is back? Chicken Fries Friday. Go to Burger King on a Friday, order you a chicken fries and say...
I love, love, love.
Chicken fries. Just like that. Maybe a little more feeling because it's Monday and we're asking Bree to give us a Friday feeling on a Monday. But yeah, just own it. And they're going to give you another chicken fries just like that. Again, it's Cover Me, brought to you by Docomo Pacific and Burger King.
That are rising and the planet heating up, and whatever plan passed in Congress that I'm sure works fast enough as I sit beneath the starlight in the oasis we neglect. I wonder if a new life is worth dragging into this wreck. I always saw myself as a father, but nowadays I question the bother. And maybe I'll just get to be the uncle Daddy was to me. I love and spoil my only niece while we watch the sunset on humanity. I always thought that one day I would bring my son to Guam, but some days I feel scared there won't be sacred ground to walk on. The Air Force and the Navy will have built on all our land, while the rest of us were busy making America's day begin. By the way, I talked to all the aliens that we're afraid of. They said that we don't need that telescope on Mauna Kea. They thought that we should probably get a grip on world peace before we go and fly a drone that we call ingenuity. I always saw myself as a father, but nowadays I question the bother. And maybe I'll just get to be the uncle Daddy was to me. If I'm stuck on this sinking ship with family,